Clinton. And you? Okay. You've been over here for a while? I always hope that'll work.
Oh, that's it. So it's kind of.
Just, I mean, that's good.
Oh, really? Okay, sorry.
I got one question.
Oh, no, that's fine.
We don't get the,
You get the, I'm happy to do that, you can check.
I mean, okay, that's good. I should have checked the rubric. I thought we were. That's fine. I go nice and slow.
You get the balance, you get the balance.
Oh, what's the overall? Okay.
So it's up to you, however you want. Once 30.
Good. That's nice and slow.
By the way, Oliver Mare was great.
I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself.
I did. It's a gift because I had an amazing video with Leon and Nadia. Video was not there. No. I'm not saying it to make you feel better. I was really happy. We had the best time ever.
You have to see it. Make it up to you.
Yeah, don't worry. That's okay.
It's not for you, it's for me.
Okay guys, we're going to start. Before we go, Raph is going to get Raph is going to come to chat morning. Before we go in classic NBER productivity style, we'll go around and just say who we are, where we're from, and most importantly, the announcement, there is a party. I think we're like the only group that seems to have yet a drinks reception left. So this afternoon, 5 p.m. in the other tower. So there's a drinks reception for productivity. That's the most important thing. You can go back and check when you have this. But anyway, I'll start with Nick Goodstein.
Bruce Meyer, University of Chicago. Mike Morgan, Uptown Institute.
Anna Vitali, New York.
Jason Kim, Director of Bank of Chicago.
Andrew Slomo, Chicago Booth.
Dominic Smith, ELS.
Andrew Flake, Census.
David Byrne, Network Support.
Barbara Queen, University of Southern Maine.
Zebby Gibex, Hall.
John Fernald, NCI.
Catherine Abraham, University of Maryland.
Matthew Shapiro, University of Michigan. Fernando Chini, Central Bank.
Javier Miranda, I have the British University.
Christina Patterson, Chicago Booth.
Chicago.
Mary Dennon, Harvard.
Shushanta Basu, Boston College.
Rafaela Sadun, Harvard.
Chad Severson, Chicago Booth.
Chris Getz, Census Bureau.
Jeff Lynn, Philly Fed.
David Johnson, International Association for Research and Meeting Law.
Dirk Van Dyne, EA.
Carter Barrett, BEA. Insia.
from Tennessee.
Akash Kalyani from St. Louis, Penn. Rob Stevens, NYU. Diana Mercier, Economic Trade Group Research Institute.
Norman Weeks, Tedmore.
James Evans, Webster, College Head. Bianca from Apple Mine. Hugh Montego, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Ben Rodriguez, NBER. Lucas Wine, Boston College. University Boston State.
Gabriela Galassi, Bank of Canada.
Elizabeth Weber, Head Worker, Congressional Research Service.
Erwin Dewar, University of British Columbia and University of New South Wales.
Awesome. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Our first speaker is John Van Renen. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Really fantastic to be here, and thanks for putting me on the program. So this is a paper called Ray of Hope, China and the Rise of Solar Energy. It's joint work with my colleague Robin Burgess at LSE, and also a fantastic group of PhD and pre-docs who are here. Some of Ignacio's going to Berkeley, Paul's will be on the market next year, and David and Yifan are doing their PhDs at the moment. So when this paper is about industrial policy and it's about climate change. When you think about climate change, it's very easy to get a bit depressed about things. But one thing which is a bit of a ray of hope is to look at this graph. So this, many of you might know this. This is the kind of price of getting a watt of energy out of a solar cell. And back in the mid-1970s, it cost about $100 per watt. This is a logarithmic scale. It fell very rapidly to about $5 per watt by around 2004. And then suddenly, in the next 20 years, there's been another incredible fall of price of the price of solar power. So today, it's something like 20 cents or something per watt of for a watt of solar power. That makes solar energy competitive with fossil fuels. So in terms of thinking about building a new power station now, renewable energy, solar power is competitive with fossil fuels like coal and gas and oil. So that's a kind of a very amazing and positive story, and kind of understanding why this has happened. This should be something we want to really focus on. So it's important because about 73% of global greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to the energy sector. So if you want to think about how to decarbonize, we need to think about how we can deal with the emissions from the energy sector. Coinciding with that second huge fall of solar energy prices was the fact that China embarked on this mission to become the world leader in solar energy. And the question of this paper is really, how important was that set of policies that China pursued in stimulating the industry and contributing to the fall of the price of solar energy? Because China's risen in many sectors like toys and games and textiles. It's not obvious that the policies themselves or how big the policies themselves are to contributing to this overall change. So that's the first question we're going to address. The second question is, to what extent, since these policies cost the Chinese taxpayer a lot of money in terms of subsidies, what were the kind of welfare benefits to Chinese citizens themselves? And we're going to look at that both in terms of the direct benefits, the fall of prices, the growth of the industry, and also maybe the indirect benefits through the environmental benefits. Now, if the direct benefits, even ignoring anything to do with climate change, benefited Chinese citizens, then that helps the kind of political economy problem that we face now. Because in terms of trying to reduce emissions, we know it's really hard to get global agreements. There's a lot of popular pushback against the level of carbon taxes we would need or regulation. So a kind of green industrial policy, the kind of things which the Draghi report has discussed in Europe, or the Inflation Reduction Act, or in terms of the CHIPS Act, may be policies which could actually be beneficial for the economy, for citizens, and also do something about the movement to net zero and improving climate change. So it may be a way out of this kind of political economy problem that we face. So what's happened to the Chinese industry? Well, it's quite an incredible picture. So this is the market share of the global market share in terms of solar PV cell production across several countries. The red line is China. China basically had no industry in the early 2000s, and then by 2021, it had about 80% of all the solar PV cell production in the world. And this is in the context of a very large global increase. This is not just shifting market shares. This is an overall increase in the production of solar modules. Now, it's not just production. So if you look at, and this is very on point for where we are today in productivity, the kind of productivity group. If you look at innovation, here's one measure of innovation, which is site-weighted patents from PatStats. This is kind of patent families all around the world, weighted by future citations. You can see that China in the red line has had this kind of phenomenal growth in this indicator of innovation. So, we'll look at various measures of innovation in the paper. This group, I think, is very comfortable with patents, and many people are not. Here's an alternative measure, which is looking at the kind of really frontier. So there's competitions are held every year around the world for the most kind of efficient way of getting energy out of solar cells. Back in the mid-70s, the US won everything. That's in the red bar. Over time, other countries, Germany, Australia, and so on, started winning a few competitions. China was nowhere until the last 10 or 15 years. Over the last kind of few years, China's won 50% of all these competitions. So this is really the frontier. So China, the story of Chinese growth is not simply one of copying and imitating. It's also now innovating at the frontier of technology. So we're going to study the impact of Chinese policies. We're going to look at the way we're going to do this is to retrieve the policy text from this amazing data set called the PKU Law database, which has all the regulations and policies of China over the last 50 years. From that, we're going to withdraw information on solar policies. This database has been used by Wang and Yang and others. And from that, we're going to look at the whole range of policies, but we're going to hone in on three types of explicit subsidy policies: over production subsidies, so subsidies to produce more solar panels; innovation and R&D subsidies towards solar power; and also demand and installation subsidies. So these are things like feed-in tariffs, price guarantees if you're producing renewables, and household rooftop solar subsidies. So we're going to get we get policy information from this database. We're also going to gather rich new microdata on the universe of all solar panel manufacturers in China from various data sources that I'll describe. We'll exploit the fact that, as I'll describe, that if you look at the policies towards solar power and actually towards many other industries in China, it's kind of locally driven. So there's a kind of staggered introduction of different policies across different city regions in China, which will give us an opportunity to do a kind of different approach. We'll use a synthetic difference approach to exploit the staggered introduction of these different policies to look at what the impact was of the policies. So that will give us the kind of the local effects, the city-specific effects of these policies. Then, to answer the more broader equilibrium macro question, we'll develop and structurally estimate an equilibrium model using moments from our data, including the average treatment and the treated effects from our local policies, put that together and actually see what the economy-wide effect was through the lens of the model of the different policies that China pursued. And then we can also go further than that by looking at counterfactual policies, alternative sets of policies, and also to assess the welfare towards Chinese citizens. So just to give you a preview of the results, what we find is that innovation and production subsidies generated large citywide increases in the solar industry. We'll show that's important for innovation measured through patents, citations, productivity, and other ways. We'll also find the scale of the industry increases in terms of the number of firms, production, revenues, exports. We'll find that the local impacts are weaker for these demand subsidies than these production or innovation subsidies. And the fundamental reason is that, if you imagine Beijing introduces a demand policy so that people and grid planners use more solar energy in Beijing. Of course, those solar panels can be sourced from anywhere in China. So the local effect was transport costs that gives you some local effect, but the effect can be spread out. So a demand policy has much less of an effect on the growth of an industry than you think of the two supply policies. However, unlike the other subsidies, what the demand subsidies do seem to have is quite a large effect on reducing pollution, so particulate matter, PM2.5 in the air, and we think that's because of the substitution away from coal-fired power stations towards solar power stations, which reduces emissions. A lot of extensions. We're going to look at, the spillover effects, so business stealing effects. We actually find those business stealing effects, the fact that if Beijing introduces production subsidies, some of the production comes from Shanghai, there's a business stealing effect. But on the other hand, there's benefits from knowledge spillovers. We're going to find those are really important, and also for these demand effects as well. So those cross-city effects, spillover effects, the positive effects dominate the negative effects. We'll do a whole bunch of placebo experiments looking at non-solar patents, GDP, to see whether there's other policies happening at the same time. And we'll show that some of the effects are coming from learning by doing. That what's happening is as production ramps up in China, that more people are learning how to produce these solar panels more efficiently, and that knowledge is also spilling over to other firms in the city and outside the city. Our quantitative model implies that about 40 to 50% of that price drop that I showed you appears to be related to policy, and similar amounts, about half of the overall growth of the industry and innovation, appears to be due to these policies. Turning to the kind of aggregate model, from our estimates of the aggregate model, we find net gains for Chinese citizens of about $1.65 for $1 of subsidy, so a pretty big return. And that's even abstracting from the social cost of carbon. If you put in the social cost of carbon, then that more or less doubles the benefit. This is coming from the fall of prices, the growth of the industry and exports of the industry, but it's also partly because it's dealing with one of the key market failures. So the key market failure here, as usual, is that there's externalities to knowledge, and that's not fully internalized. These policies helped internalize that externality, and that is why, in fact, and this is our final result, if you consider some counterfactual policies, a more innovation-heavy policy mix, so shifting some of those subsidies towards R&D innovation, would have been even more cost-effective and beneficial. Okay, so let's turn to the background and some of the data. As I mentioned, the solar industrial policy in China was led by local governments. So, we have this image of China of these kind of 5-year plans and, everything coming down from the top. That's actually not how things have happened in China. There's a lot of local autonomy for city regions to do things. So if having read lots of accounts of how these policies from very large reports, they all suggest a really important role for local governments. There's a lot of policy autonomy for these city governments. If you look at the text of the policy documents, it makes it clear. The city governments can raise money from taxation, like VAT and other kinds of things, to implement these industrial policies. And actually, not just in solar. So there's this nice paper by Bay et al. Who have shown that this is also true if you look at other industries like the car industry or other sectors in China, that a lot of this has been led by local governments. And the local bureaucrats actually have quite strong incentives to produce growth, especially in these kind of targeted industries. If they do well in these things, they get selected, they get promoted in the communist hierarchy, and are more likely to get better jobs in the future. So there's a lot of incentives, career concern incentives for local governments to do these things. So as I mentioned, we extract the solar policies from the database of all laws and regulations in China. We're going to focus on these financial subsidies based on the text with quantitative information. We have these 3 different types of policies we're going to look at, and for each policy we observe the implementing authority and the date when it was implemented. So here's some examples. So for production subsidies, an example will be a new solar production line built in Hefei will be subsidized by 12% since 1918. For innovation subsidies, firms are awarded 10,000 RMB if they have a provincial level R&D centre. Demand subsidies would be, there's a 1 RMB per watt subsidy for the energy generated by solar projects installed in Beijing. So we have the text of all of these documents. We're going to primarily focus on the introduction of the different policies, and then in classic kind of IO fashion, we're going to kind of work out what the shadow price of that is from looking at the kind of rollout. But we'll also do a comparison between our measures of the implicit subsidy with explicit subsidy measures we have from other data sets as a validation exercise. So here's what the time series of the policy support looks like. So the kind of upper line here is this is the number of cities which have introduced some kind of policy. So by the end of our period in 2021, we have about 43 different city regions who have introduced some policy. At the beginning, most of the policies were production and innovation subsidies, but as we go on, there's a lot more kind of demand subsidies which come in later. So that's kind of 43 cities out of 358 city regions in China. So we're going to define the solar industry as a set of firms who produce solar panels. We have a sample from E&F Solar. This is the largest online solar directory in the world. So we bought the data after extensive negotiations to get the price down of all this information of all the solar panel producers in China, including the kind of historical data with a bunch of information from E&F Solar. We have about 1,700 solar panel manufacturers in China. We cross-reference to the aggregate statistics, which suggests we get the whole industry. We match this E&F register with administrative data on innovation from PatStat, the patents type of information, revenues, employment from Orbis, and exports from kind of customs data. From another E&F Solar database, we actually have the production capacity in megawatts. So we don't just have the revenues, we have the quantities as well. So we're going to use the kind of capacity of all solar power manufacturing. It's quite a nice thing to have Q as well as PQ for a change. Here's China. So back in 2000s, at the start of our sample period, the darker the shading of each of these cities in China indicates the number of patents there were, solar patents there were. You can see there's a little bit, hardly anything happening in 2000. As you play the movie forward, you can see that there's more and more places in China which start to have solar patenting activity. When we get to 2007, the three shaded cities here with hard borders are the three cities which first introduced some solar policies. And then as we play the movie further forward, you can see more and more cities start introducing policies, and more patenting innovation activity happens around China. So by the end of the period, you can see there's a very wide spread, both of policies and also of solar innovation. There's a correlation between the policies and the innovation, but of course, in order to assess causality, we need to really dig much deeper than that. Okay, so to do that, to look at the local effectiveness of solar industrial policy, we're going to have to address various challenges. So, the allocation of solar industrial subsidy at the firm level is highly random. So we're going to focus on the introduction at the city level. These are staggered over time, starting in 2007, encouraged by the 11th five-year plan. There's some mild pre-trends on some of the outcomes. So although we have the standards, different results in the paper, we're going to focus on synthetic difference of differences, the Susan et al. Method. So this is a combination of, as many of you know, between the kind of synthetic control approach and a different diff approach. So you take a city which has introduced a policy, you match that with group of doppelganger cities weighted to match any pre-trends on the relevant outcome in the pre-period, and you reweight that up to get your kind of results. That's the basic technique we're going to use here. So if you do that and you look at the event studies, I'm just going to show you this with patents in interest of time. You can see that the pre-trend matching works pretty well. This, the top left, is any subsidy. You can see that after the introduction of the policies, there was a slow but gradual build-up in the amount of innovation, doubled or tripled over the course of the next decade or so. If you compare what's happened with different types of policies, the production subsidies and in particular the innovation policies have the biggest effect. There's some effect on demand, but it's pretty for the demand subsidies, but it's a pretty muted type of effect. So if you look at the average treatment and the treatment effects, you can see this kind of overall positive effect from any subsidy, and then a kind of ranking, very little effect from demand, bigger for production, and biggest for the innovation subsidies. So roughly this is about a 64% increase of patenting activity. It also holds for citation rating patents. We've also used the text of the patents to go very much into what type of activities are happening. It really seems to be driven by kind of learning by doing process type of patents. This is one advantage of using, Chinese patents have a much lower standard of getting a patent than would be in the US or Europe. This is obviously why we compare the quality adjusted measures. However, it's quite useful for picking up these incremental process-oriented patents. Chad and others have found that learning by doing is super important. You'd often miss that out if you were just looking at only the higher quality patents. So it's quite good for picking up this more broader kind of incremental activity happening. So, we also, as I said, run through the other kind of outcomes, firm counts, revenues, capacity exports. The patterns and the event studies look similar. The exact quantum magnitudes differ across those different outcomes, and the dynamics differ. But the overall pattern of a positive significant impact across all of these outcomes on the scale of the industry and the relative strength of the production innovation subsidies compared to the demand subsidies holds throughout. As I mentioned, the only place where we do find big effects of demand subsidies is on pollution. For demand subsidies, we find significant negative effects on pollution, and the interpretation of that is firms, grid planners switching from using coal power stations to using solar and other renewable type of power stations, and this reduces the kind of particulate matter emissions in the local area. And we don't see those happening from the production and the innovation subsidies because of this effect that you can supply your panels from anywhere in China. The other kind of result we have at the local levels, we look at business stealing effects using the same kind of synthetic difference of difference approaches, but looking at adjacent cities. So we can look at whether the spillover effects on adjacent cities from policies in the city itself. We find that the net effect of that actually is positive. So you think there's a negative effect from business stealing on neighbouring cities. There could be a positive effect from knowledge spillovers or from demand. Those positive effects seem to dominate the negative effects when you look at the kind of neighbour impacts. So we do a whole bunch of other extensions of robustness. We look at productivity. We run these kind of placebos, looking at overall GDP, adding extra controls. We've looked at the patents of solar power firms, and you might say, well, what about universities? What about other firms who are not solar producing firms? We can show very similar results if you just say, okay, we're just going to use just the patent data and look at the total amount of activity going on. We do some adjustments for various things to do with multi-locations, compositional changes, and also show results in levels rather than IHS or PML. Okay, so in the final 10 minutes or so, I want to move on to the kind of macro part of it, if you like. So the macro model and quantification that we do. So we build up a model on it, which I'll just sketch given time to try and look at the aggregate effects. So we want to do three things in the model. So we want to get comparative statics to local and national effects of these place-based policies. We want to have a quantifiable framework for recovering the effect of the subsidies. And we also want to analyse the aggregate effects through counterfactuals and welfare. So the model has heterogeneous manufacturing firms under monopolistic competition. So think about mellets. We have firms enter, they take a productivity draw, they decide whether to produce or not, depending on the level of the productivity draw that they have. That takes into account what the fixed cost of production is. If I have a low productivity draw, I just exit. They also have a choice about whether they innovate or not. And the way we're going to model that is through a kind of Bustos type of approach. So you pay a fixed cost for innovation, and if you innovate, you get a lower marginal cost of producing your solar panels. So very standard. This is in a world, compared to, say, the simple mellets model, we have kind of within China 358 different locations, each of which can have different levels of productivity, and we have a kind of rest of the world location as well that you can export to. So within each of these locations, there's a representative consumer demanding electricity services. A grid planner provides those services, and the grid planner is going to choose between two types of energy to build solar panels. To provide electricity services, either clean, which is solar, or dirty, think of coal power plants. Those are going to be built up in a kind of CES different way, and the grid planner is going to decide what to build depending on the cost of the different inputs to building those power plants. So the manufacturer is making these decisions, given the demand side, over these different elements. One of the key differences we have compared to standard models, apart from having this kind of multi-region type of economic geography framework, is we allow for knowledge spillovers. So we actually, if you think about what the productivity is for a solar panel manufacturer, depends on the productivity draw, depends on whether they've chosen to invest in innovation, but it also depends on the state of knowledge in the previous period. So if you had a lot of innovation in the previous period, you can build on that, and that can also reduce the innovation cost. So that's the kind of third element which will give us these kind of spillovers in the model. So that's the kind of sketch of the overall model that we have. 5 minutes, perfect. So the way we solve the model is in 3 steps. So we have a kind of a calibration element. So from our firm level panel data, we're going to estimate a production function where we use our production data with labour and capital on the right-hand side, output on the left-hand side, and add the firm's own patents, which gives you your own innovation effect. That's how we're going to measure the effect of own innovation. We're going to use, we look at the innovation, the patenting activity of other firms in the same city and other firms in the same province and other parts of China to get the spillover effect. That's going to give us our estimates of the innovation parameters. We use the distribution of revenues in the kind of coal inputs and the solar industry to get the shape of the fresh aid productivity distribution. From the literature, we take some estimates. So we have within China transport costs from this Egger et al. Paper. We take electricity substitution elasticities from the existing literature. So that gives us one set of parameters. We then use model inversion on the pre-policy period. So we use the structure of the model to back out the production and innovation fixed costs, and also the entry sunk costs and the city-specific productivities. We allow for comparative advantage across different cities. So we have all that, and then the final part, we then use all those estimates and the model to put those together, and we use the policy treated and treated effects matched with the data and the model to back out what the subsidy magnitudes are, matching the revenue and innovation average treated and treatment effects. So that gives us our whole model together. And then we can conduct our counterfactuals. So the blue line here is kind of what I showed you happened to innovation in China. And the orange dotted line is what would have happened, we estimate according to the model, in the absence of the subsidies we saw. So there would have still been a lot of increase of innovation in China as the overall industry in the world grew, and as China became wealthier. But the policies seem to account for maybe half of all the growth of innovation in China because of the policies that we saw. Similarly with price would have fallen even in the absence of China, but because of China, we actually had a much faster fall of the price of solar power. We put those together in terms of a kind of social cost benefit analysis. The first bar here indicates that there's about $1.65 return for every dollar of subsidy. So that's the kind of benefit coming from lower prices, from the growth of the industry, from increased exports and so on. And a lot of the benefits here are coming from the fact that there is this market failure because of the innovation spillover, which the policies are seeking to address. The green line here is, if you add in an estimate of the social cost of carbon from Carlton et al., it suggests you double the benefits to about $3 for every dollar of subsidy. Then we do a couple of other things, but here's the final bars here are showing you an alternative set of policies, more innovation-heavy policies, so shifting more of the subsidy money towards innovation away from production and away from production and demand subsidies. That could actually give you the biggest benefits, and again, because that's addressing more directly the market failure. Okay, so just to wrap things up, what I tried to show you is we have this new and comprehensive database on Chinese solar industries and policies. We're finding that production and innovation subsidies are effective at stimulating the local solar industry, patents and production. Turning to the aggregate effects, we've presented a new structural quantified equilibrium model, which shows that these positive effects persist at the aggregate level. So business stealing doesn't unwind all the effects. And the policy explains, we think, about maybe half of the changes that we've seen in the industry. And so we get this kind of ray of hope, if you like, from at least this example. This is only one, I should say, it's only one example of one industry in one country, but it does show you how there can be benefits from such a green industrial policy, which benefits not just the world from climate emissions, but also benefited Chinese citizens. So the next steps are, this is looked at China. You might say, what about the rest of the world? What happened to America and Europe? Was this good or bad? Was this a good or bad thing for the rest of the world? The industry, this solar industry in America and Europe was suffered because of this. So, we're trying, in the next stage of this research, we're trying to assess that. I think it's not all bad news. I mean, the good news is that we got lower prices, and also there may be these knowledge spillover benefits as well. So I think in terms of assessing the overall global benefit, taking into account other policies, it's a more nuanced thing than just thinking this has been bad for other places in the world. So with that, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes for questions. I'll collect a few and then send them to you. Yes, please. Yeah.
Great. Hi. Not working this time. So it's like an amazing paper with tons of work. I'm not clear about the micro versus macro elasticity. So here you show that if I'm a little province, I increase my subsidy, more industry happens. But what about the G effect? I know it's a very common question, but likewise, suppose you had a design say, if I build subways and buses and free housing in my city, more people come. But in the aggregate, which is a fixed number of people, and there's no G effect for population. And it's not clear how you take into account the general equilibrium effect. I know you have this border effect, but that's, that doesn't seem like enough. So somebody might say, no, there was no macro effect at all of that policy. It's just redistribution of who was building the solar panels. How do you answer that?
So wind power. So I've traveled through perhaps the largest wind power installation in the world in the western part of China. Clearly, maybe it depends upon west versus east, but there was no wind power stories here, and yet you would think they could be substitutes to some extent.
So there is also a lot of demand policies in other countries. So for instance, I think there was German subsidies to installing solar panels. Is this something you consider, and how would this impact your quantification?
So grid-level batteries have become, I think, an important complement, and I think there's industrial policy in China on those too. They might matter more towards the end of the sample. And just a small point that it's true that in some of the calculations, you're not counting this benefit from the social cost of carbon, but also $1 of subsidy probably has a higher than $1 social cost because of the deadweight cost of raising public funds. So that would go on the other side of the ledger. Thanks.
Okay, great question. So is that to Xavier's question to begin? So, we try to incorporate some of the general equilibrium effects, but not all of them. So the key I think, spillovers that we try and take into account are the fact that you have the business stealing effect, as I talked about, so relocation of activity from one place, that's a negative spillover. We have the kind of interaction between the demand in one area and the supply in other areas, so we try and take that into account, so a positive spillover between areas, and we have the knowledge spillover effects as well. And we also have within the area different kind of consumption decisions as well. So we try to take into account some of the equilibrium effects. It's also, there's the industry equilibrium and the general equilibrium. Of course,
the energy sector is relatively small compared to the overall amount. So, the magnitude of those is something which has some large G effect, but not as big as it would be if it was a subsidy policy everywhere. So we take into account some of them, and we're working on the paper to take into account more of these effects. So I think we capture some of them, but not necessarily all of them. And the key intuition, I think, is that these different cross-area spillover effects are kind of ambiguous in sign, right? Because although there's a negative, an unwinding effect of the spillover business stealing effect, there's also some of these kind of positive effects. And the core kind of market failure here, I mean, it's an imperfect competition, there's several different market failures. The core market failure here is really from the knowledge externality. That's the intuition, the benefits. On the wind power, absolutely correct. I think it relates to Chad's thing on there's lots of other subsidies going on in China. I think the framework that we've described could be also used for looking at those other sectors as well. We focused in on solar just because it's one of the big stories. And some of the things that I and other students and colleagues are doing is trying to take this framework and think about the applicability to other kinds of sectors as well, to kind of enrich the model. On terms of the German thing, actually the reason that I started this was because of the German story. So the German story is fascinating. Because in the early 2000s, a kind of red-green alliance brought in these very generous subsidies for renewables. And the idea was it would create not just reduced emissions, but also the growth of the German solar industry, which it temporarily did until China came along and started selling all the solar panels there. And that's exactly the mechanism that we have in our model, in fact. Because if you just have a demand policy in one area, whether it's Germany or Beijing, although you're creating greater demand for solar panels and solar industry, those can be supplied in principle from anywhere. And that, in some sense, will happen to Germany, and that's also why you get more muted effects within China. Which is not to say those policies are not the right policies to do, but if you're thinking about building an industry, then it means you probably won't build that kind of industry. And Chad, you're exactly right in terms of the 65% of the dollar. You have to take into account a deadweight cost to that. So depends what your preferred deadweight cost of raising public funding. I think as an ex-MIT person, I always say John Gruber's 30%, so you could maybe halve that. To Chicago, the old Chicago would be 130%. $10. So yeah, so take your choice. Nick has a question.
Great, but I'm obviously conflicted. But I was about to say, one question would be good to see in this. There's a whole debate over the impact of R&D subsidies, which you know well, and also production stuff about dynamics. So one of the problems with the US is it turns on and off, you don't know how long it's going to last. You presumably in your data have a sense of whether it's China's more stable on policy, but useful to know the impact of it if you have empirical variation, whether they commit to say 2 years, 4 years, or 10 years. I know the models presumably kind of repeated, static, but in practice, these are very long-run decisions. So it'd be just useful to know, I assume the impact of something committed for 1 year is way less than, say, committed for 10 years. And also the same would be true, I would have thought, for reduction of demand subsidies.
Yeah, in your investigation, did you come across any coercive sort of subsidies? So think of like financial and labor repression, which is sort of what we think about a lot on the macro side. Did that pop up at all?
Do we answer those questions? Or?
I think we are done with questions. Maybe one more very quick, and then you have 30 seconds.
What's the role of sort of the regulatory environment for things for non-solar, like the ease of building, installation? So I get the sense that it's hard to do large-scale solar in the U.S. because getting anything done is difficult. Getting new transmission lines is difficult. I imagine there are a lot of other institutional features of the Chinese economy, semi-command economy, that allow more rapid take-up, and that covers the subsidies because of the ease of installation.
Yeah, all great questions. So, Nick's question. It's a great point. We could go back to the text and get a sense of the length of some of these policies and see if that's true. I mean, one fact is we wanted to do the trick of saying, well, what happens when you take the subsidies away? Agglomeration type of ideas, these things persist, like the Tennessee Valley Authority things. Turns out that once these policies are in, they hardly ever get removed. So we have a few removals, but not many. So that does suggest that, for better or for worse, maybe once these things are in, there's a lot of certainty that they're going to stay there. So that could be some uncertainty thing. Could definitely be something we.
By the way, your parameters are valid for an environment which these are stable policies, which is useful to know, but compared to the US situation where these policies are extremely unpredictable.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's nothing to prevent the city regions from changing, but I guess that goes back to the third question about what else is it about China which makes these policies perhaps easier to do than they would do in a US or a European kind of context. It reminds me of that book Breakneck that I know many people have read, which is exactly about this. That the Chinese have a kind of engineering kind of mentality which enables them to get things done. I'll say we did do one thing where when we looked at all the policies, we also looked at other types of policies towards solar, like easing regulation, which you see, easing regulations, making it easier to buy lands, compulsory purchase, all those type of things. We didn't find that those policies, at least from the solar-specific ones, seem to have anything like the magnitude of the effects that we saw. So, for example, there's lots of policies about exhortation, Maoist type of things about you should build more solar panels and things. Those seem to have no actual effect in the data. Those exhortation policies. It's only when the cold hard cash goes along with these things that you really seem to get findings. On the financial repression and things, the other issues of of those type of subsidies, we haven't looked at those. That would be a good thing to do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the organizers for adding this paper to the program. So I want to talk today about safety and unemployment and risky experimentation of startups, how labor market security drives innovation. This is a paper with my co-conspirators, Renato Faccini and Seho Kim at the Danish National Bank. So the disclaimer standard, we represent our views and not those of our employers. So this is a very European paper. Europe is falling behind, not a lot of innovation coming out of Europe, and very heavily regulated, certainly compared to the U.S. Labor markets. So that's going to be the drive of our paper. What's our motivation? So of course, we know high growth young firms disproportionately contribute to employment and productivity growth. Amongst these startups, disproportionately also contribute to external experimental innovation. But this type of ventures, whether they're startups or young firms, are highly volatile. So many of these firms fail. Breakthrough innovations are hard to come by. There's high payoffs, but huge risk. And so the broad question that we're going to ask here is, why do some economies produce more breakthrough companies than others? And we're going to explore specifically how labor market conditions shape the prevalence of these types of breakthrough high growth firms. So question, what are the labor market origins of high growth firms? I live in Germany now. You talk I talked to my German colleagues, and they're very happy with the labor market regulations. They also think that a lot of the innovation is going to come out of these large companies. They don't necessarily think about startups as a way of innovating, right? So this paper is coming a little bit out of that. So how do we want you to think about this paper? So you're a worker and you're deciding whether you go join a young experimental firm or you go join a safe firm. If you go join a young experimental firm, you get to work on a new business model, a new product, a new service. Otherwise, you go work on an established existing kind of product or business idea. Now, if you go work for an experimental firm, the chances are that firm is going to fail, and you're going to lose your job. And so when it comes to deciding where you're gonna choose, where you're gonna go work, we're gonna argue the answer depends on the cost of unemployment, right? And so another kind of observation, right, I talked to a lot of people scientists and engineers in Germany, and they all want to go work for BMW. They don't want to go work for a startup, right? And so again, the point is, I think the answer that we're going to say is going to depend on the cost of unemployment. So we're going to try to switch the traditional view that we have about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs a little bit, and we're going to, which is, right, entrepreneurs are the risk takers, they solve the financing problem, they build it, and everything follows. We're going to switch the emphasis a little bit here, and we're going to say, well, workers also take risk, and they're going to demand, they need employment insurance, right, if they lose their job. So if you lower the cost of unemployment, there's going to be more risk-taking by these workers, and then they will go and follow the entrepreneur. So the insight in this paper is that experimentation isn't just about brave entrepreneurs, it is also about making workers feel comfortable with uncertainty. So here's the story in pictures. If you lower the cost of unemployment, workers are going to feel safer. They're going to be more willing to join risky startups. Startups are not going to have to pay such a wage premium to attract those workers to their firms, and more firms are going to choose experimentation. Okay? So lowering the cost of unemployment is actually going to encourage entrepreneurship, and workers are going to be willing to take risk. So what's the contribution of the paper? We're going to develop a new theory where workers aren't just inputs, they are risk-sharing partners. This risk is priced directly into the wage that firms post to attract workers to their firms. The risk associated with the firm is going to affect wages differently across firm types. So if you're a risky firm and your workers are more likely to lose their job, they're going to have to post higher wages to attract those workers. Okay? We're going to take the theory to data, and we're going to use very rich linked employer-employee data from Denmark. We're going to conduct an experiment, an empirical exercise. We're going to exploit variation across Danish commuting zones in the job finding rates, in labor market fluidity. And we're going to ask the question, what is the wage premium that experimental firms have to pay to attract workers, depending on how fluid those labor markets are. Okay? Same institutions, it's all within the country, same labor market institutions, but different labor market liquidity across those regions. Now, this is not going to give us causal estimates, so we're going to go and do a vignette experiment as well, and we're going to elicit through survey what is the wage premium that is necessary for workers to take a risky job under different unemployment duration conditions. Okay? That's going to give us a more causal interpretation, we're going to argue. And what's the policy relevance? So we're going to argue labor market institutions matter, and they matter for startup experimentation and growth. Okay. So let me go through quickly through the key findings. So you have, it's a very rich paper with lots of different results from lots of different experiments and exercises. So I want to give you a little bit of an overview of what those key findings. So from the calibrated model, we're going to find that increases in the job finding rate are going to reduce the wage premium that experimental firms have to pay to attract workers to their jobs, okay? That's going to increase the share of firms that choose experimentation at entry. And that's going to have impacts on aggregate productivity because these firms can achieve higher productivity growth through their experimentation and innovations. We're going to take the model to the data, and through this Danish community zone experiment, we're going to find that businesses that experimental business models that operate in areas with higher job finding rates have to pay a lower wage premium to attract workers to their jobs. Then we're going to do the vignette experiment, and we're going to find that when you double, we're going to survey workers, we're going to find that when you double the expected unemployment duration, they're going to require a 2% higher wages for ceteris paribus, right, for equal type of jobs. We are going to find, we're going to estimate this semi-elasticity of wages to unemployment duration, and we're going to find actually similar results across these different exercises. So very different exercises, but they're all going to yield very similar results. So 3 different approaches that are going to tell us that if we lower the cost of unemployment, that's going to lower the wage premium that these risky firms have to pay. All right, so a little bit about the model, and I'm just going to sketch it in the interest of time. So this is, the model is going to feature heterogeneous multi-worker firms. They're going to be operating in a frictional labor market. So it's going to feature a directed search where firms post long-term contracts. Workers are going to observe all of the offers, and they're going to direct their search towards the higher value ones. Firms are going to be heterogeneous in productivity. We're going to consider 2 types of firms, young versus mature, and 2 risk types, 2 different types of business models, experimental versus safe. Firms are going to produce with labor and decreasing returns to scale technology, and workers are going to be homogeneous in the model. What's the novelty that we're going to introduce? New entrants are going to choose between the safe and the risky business model at entry. Okay. A little bit more about the entrant and experimentation. So new entrants are going to pay the entry cost. Then they're going to choose the safe or the risky business model, which one they're going to pursue. Initially, all firms have the same initial persistent productivity. When they mature, they're going to take a new draw. They're going to take on a new permanent productivity. It's drawn from this pie distribution. If they chose the safe business model, they're going to retain their initial productivity. If they chose the risky business model, they're going to take a new draw from a distribution that can yield higher as well as lower productivity. What's the idea here? We want to capture the idea that experimentation can reap higher productivity, but it's also highly risky, and that can lead you to low productivity outcomes and eventually exit. We're going to assume that entrepreneurs are endowed with this taste for entrepreneurship shock, and that's going to be drawn from a Gamble distribution, which is going to give us nice properties. So about the choice on which business model to choose. So the entrepreneur is going to evaluate the returns, the value from these 2 different business models, conditional on their taste for entrepreneurship. Okay, so they're going to assess those the expected value from the 2 business models. Given the Gamble distribution of the taste shock, that's going to be easily tractable, and so you have that the probability of choosing the risky business model is going to be this. It's going to be given by this logic where the difference in the value between the risky and the safe business model is going to lead to higher differences in the choice. You have the free entry condition, which is going to pin down the mass of entrants. So I'm going to skip the discussion of the worker problem, of the firm problem. I'm going to go directly to the equilibrium wage, again in the interest of time. So what's going to be key here is, so the wage is going to be importantly a function of this A parameter here, which is the expected duration of the match. So businesses that are risky, where the expected duration of the match is lower, where the risk of losing their job is higher, are going to have to pay a higher wage. Okay? And so you can also see it here in this wage differential, compensating differential between the wage that risky business models have to pay to attract workers and the wage of safe business models. And it also, you have again here, the differential exposure to job loss from the risky and the safe business model. But an important insight, and our key insight from this paper, is that this differential is going to be a function of this term here in red, which is the job finding rate. Right? So in areas where the job finding rate is higher, risky businesses are not going to have to pay such a high wage premium, because when workers lose their job, it's going to be easier for them to find another job, right? And so, given that, these firms don't have to pay such a high wage premium. So again, that's the key insight here. We're going to then take the model and we're going to calibrate it based on the Danish economy. We're going to be comparing two different state equilibrium. And so we're going to compare the baseline against an economy where the matching efficiency goes up. We're going to increase the job finding rate. You can think of it as an experiment to assess what are the impact of labor market institutions that prevent labor market fluidity. Okay? Think about it as a reduced form way of capturing all of the policies that might affect that fluidity in labor markets. Okay. So, so an increase in the job finding rate of 12%, which you can see here, is going to lead to a reduction in the wage that risky firms have to pay. And so you have the baseline, you have the higher job finding rate column, and you find that the wage premium that they have to pay is 0.6 percentage points lower. Okay. Compare that to the wage that the entrant safe business model have to pay, and that goes up by 0.14%. That's just general equilibrium effect compared to the mature firms that are safe at that point. They were initially experimental, but they've grown to be successful and safe. For those, the wage goes up by 1.6%. So creating a wage differential, quite a large wage differential of 2 percentage points. Importantly, when it comes to experimentation, we see that the share of firms that experiment in this economy goes up by 6.4%. So very large impacts from increasing labor market fluidity and through wages, the choices that entrepreneurs make in terms of pursuing experimentation. We can then calculate the impacts on TFP from this economy, on productivity, from aggregation, and we see that TFP is going to go up in this economy by 1%. This is a level shift, right? These are steady state equilibria. So once all the adjustment is done, we have a 1% increase in TFP. We can decompose that, and so 1.2% of that is going to come from improvements in the productivity distribution. There's going to be more firms that choose the experimental business model, and there's going to be more of them that succeed and get to be large at higher productivity. That's also going to generate benefits in terms of allocative efficiency of 0.4%. There's going to be more workers working at these large productive firms. We're going to lose a little bit in terms of the total mass, 0.5 percentage points, because now you have a lot more experimental firms, and those firms are more likely to exit. So we lose a little bit on that, but overall, 1% increase in productivity. Again, this is a level shift, but this accumulates over time, right? So after 10 years, the increase in productivity, if you discount at a 4%, it's 8%, right? Increase in productivity relative to the baseline. So non-trivial impacts. So then we're going to take this to the data. So that was exercise 1. Now we're going to go to the data, and we're going to use this very rich Danish data. We're going to combine a whole bunch of information, the employment registry, the population registry, the business registry, the education registry, just very, very rich data. We're going to follow every job for every worker, every month, between 2008 and 2023. We see their wages, we see how many hours they work, we see firm entry, we see firm exit, we know where people live, we know where people work. We're going to impose some restrictions. So we're going to look at private sector employees. We're going to focus on full-year jobs. We're going to focus on primary jobs only, and we're going to focus on male workers to abstract away from life cycle effects. Okay, so what are we going to do? Think of it as an experiment. I've already told you that we cannot claim causality, but think of it as an experiment where the treatment is how easy it is to find a job in a particular area if you get laid off, and the outcome is what is the wage the wage differential, the wage premia that workers are going to get paid in risky firms to get attracted. Okay. Now, of course, we don't observe. The data doesn't tell us whether a firm is experimental or pursuing an experimental business model or not, and so we're gonna look at the tail outcomes in the firm growth outcomes for the firm. We're gonna measure their sales growth here at Davis Holt Wanger Shoe, and we're gonna estimate their average growth. To think about as the firm fixed effect in terms of growth, sales growth after controlling for a whole bunch of things. And we're going to say that experimental firms are those that fall in the tail of that distribution. So the high growth firms, the successful superstar firms, are going to go to the top of that distribution. But there are also, these business models are more likely to fail. Right? And so the bottom of the distribution is going to also be part of that group of what we're going to call experimental firms. Okay. So what's the model? So here you have, it's a simple IKM model, standard model. In our preferred specification, we're going to control for worker and firm fixed effects. We're going to control for worker time varying characteristics. We're going to be particularly interested in this interaction term, which is the interaction between where the worker works, where the worker lives, and the job market fluidity associated with the location of their job, and the experimental dummy that we just defined. And so the theory will tell you, I just argued, that in areas where labor market fluidity, the job finding rate is higher, these experimental firms are not going to have to pay such a high wage premium. So we expect delta to be negative. So in our first specification, we're going to limit our analysis to young firms, and we're going to be looking at the differential between young experimental firms and young firms that choose a safe business model. Right? We're also going to run a specification, given the potential mismeasurement of experimentation. We're going to run a specification where we estimate the wage premium that young firms have to pay relative to mature established firms. Okay. So I'm just going to show you the experimental results in the interest of time. There's not a lot of time that I have left. And so just very quickly, we're going to be running through a whole bunch of controls. Our preferred specification, again, controls for worker and firm fixed effects, so the impact of experimentation goes away. But you can see that in general, we find that experimental firms have to pay a higher wage premium to attract their workers. We're interested primarily in this interaction term, and again, if you go to our preferred specification, you see that the wage premium they have to pay in regions of the country where there's higher labor market fluidity goes down. So a 1 standard deviation increase in the job finding rate, we're going to find leads to a reduction of 0.7 percentage points in the wage premium. We're not going to claim causation, and so we're going to run a vignette experiment. We're going to survey workers through the Survey Consumer Expectations survey in Denmark. It's going to be a survey that it's delivered to workers, employed workers on permanent contracts. We survey about 600 workers per month over 4 waves, about 2,400 workers. I want to ask them what is the wage premium that they have to, that they demand to work when they work at a risky firm under different unemployment duration conditions. And what we're going to find is that when the unemployment duration goes up, the wage premium that these workers demand is 2%. So as I start to wrap up, we've done 3 different exercises, three different experiments. We've used survey data, we've used microdata, rich administrative macrodata, and we've done a model experiment as well. And across all those experiments, we're gonna find similar results in very different ways. And so anywhere between 2 and 2.7% is the wage premium that workers demand when unemployment duration doubles. Okay, to summarize, I'm out of time. I've been out of time for a few seconds now. So what have we shown? When workers feel safer about unemployment, they're more willing to take risk, to join. They're going to be more willing to join risky startups. This is going to allow for more experimentation, lower wages at these firms, more experimentation in these economies, and it's going to have impacts on productivity. We've developed a model with a new mechanism linking labor markets to experimentation, where workers are risk-sharing partners. They're not just inputs. What are we finding? Lower unemployment costs promote growth. Labor market institutions matter, and they matter for productivity and innovation and experimentation. So safety and unemployment, and when I argue at the end of the day, again, I said it's a very European paper, smart safety nets, smart labor market policy can encourage rather than discourage risk. And so good social policy can also be good economic policy. I'm going to stop there. And thank you very much.
So I really enjoyed this aspect of thinking about the labor market, but if this is the angle you're going to take, I think it would help to think a little more deeply about sort of various implications. So one is that if you make it easier for for workers to walk away, then there's going to be less investment by firms in firm-specific human capital, and that may have effects on productivity and growth. The second is that if you think about the labor market as having segments, I think this channel is least important for the most important people. That is, if you are, say, an AI worker in Silicon Valley or a biotech worker in Boston, you don't worry about your startup failing because there are so many startups that are eager to hire you. So for these crucial workers, I think this channel is not as important, and maybe that limits the degree to which it matters.
So just a couple of quick comments. One is, in terms of the empirical work, I was a little uneasy about the way that the riskiness of the firm was being identified. It's being identified off of ex post outcomes, but a firm could have been very risky and when it was started and still have middle of the road outcomes. So I liked the idea of using the age of the firm, but maybe you could use the age of the firm interacted with the industry that it's in, where you had information on failure rates, and that might be a better way to measure the riskiness. Sort of picking up on something Susanto just said, my second comment is that I do think that the cost of unemployment isn't going to be even across workers. I'm thinking back to an old paper by Bob Givens and Larry Katz, Layoffs and Lemons, where part of the reason that getting laid off is costly is that it gives a bad signal to other prospective employers about whether you're a good worker or not. But if you're laid off from a risky startup, I don't think anyone's going to infer anything negative from that. So it's sort of another reason to think that for some of the workers that we care the most about in these high-tech startups, this may not be so important of a channel.
We had a couple of questions here that you can answer, and then we'll have it out.
So I want to also build on what Catherine and Susanto said, but a little bit different angle in that the compensation for people at the low skill level through unemployment insurance programs tends to be quite high. But because of caps, it tends to be quite low for high skilled. So that's a force going the other way. So you might actually see more of a response, especially if for some high skilled jobs the market is kind of thin. You might see a bigger response at the high end than the bottom.
Yeah, so it's very related. One is on the G thing. I think if you make it unemployment more appealing, doesn't it put up the cost of labor in the first place? So I get that it relatively puts it up more for safe rather than unsafe, but for a risky firm, they care about the total cost, not the relative. The other thing is exactly as Catherine said. The interesting thing in Silicon Valley, the saying is if you've had one or two businesses fail, it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing because you had experience. And so it's very related that, you know, we see repeat entrepreneurs just because VCs will fund them 3 or 4 times around, which is kind of a different mechanism. But that's totally, it's more about financing and that, you know, at some point the number of failures, eventually people are like, okay, you got to stop, you failed many times, but I don't know how that fits in here.
Okay, why don't you answer this first round and then we'll have it out.
Sure. And my colleagues will help me answer some of these questions as well.
Microphone?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for all the questions and the interest. I really appreciate it, and thank you for having us here. So you guys haven't been to Europe lately, clearly. So about the impact on high skilled workers versus low skilled workers, and And so I'll say, you know, a few observations, I'll say. Unemployment duration varies quite a bit across Europe, and unemployment duration in some countries is twice as high as in other countries. In Germany, it's twice as high as it is in Denmark, for example. So there's quite a bit it's quite intense, right? It's not as easy to find a job when you lose it. In fact, in a sister paper, we've done willingness to pay experiments where we've asked workers, both in US and in Germany, what is their willingness to pay for certain job attributes. The thing that they're most worried about in Europe, as well as in the US, I'm going to say, is the risk associated with the job. And those concerns persist even for STEM workers and high-skilled workers. There's a little bit smaller, you're absolutely right about that, but they're not trivial at all. And again, it's the most important concern that they express in terms of demanding a wage premium. So the other thing I'll say, we've done versions of the regression here, where we, which is a little bit to Catherine's flavor of suggested regression, where we focus on high-tech industries, and the results carry through exactly the same. So the concerns about the metric are well taken. I think we're very worried about that. We're thinking heavily whether that's whether we want to move away actually from that result and just focus, like you're suggesting, on the young versus mature. So that's something that we're giving a lot of thought to. Again, the point is well taken that some of these firms can be may have pursued very risky business models, and still their outcomes might be middle of the road. Absolutely right. And then Nick, you're right. I think I heard you say that there are other costs associated with making people safe. I think John, you mentioned this comment to me when I presented this paper as well in London. Specifically, if you've raised unemployment insurance, right? There's still this relative impact on wages, but that increases costs for everybody, so there's these incentive effects. And so this is, in this paper, we're very much focusing, for that reason, on labor market fluidity and policies that facilitate labor market fluidity. And so things like employment protection legislation or business regulations are things that we are thinking more. So we're thinking more about the flex security model, right? The Danish model, where you have where employers have a lot more flexibility in hiring and firing. There's a lot of job fluidity, and but there is a strong safety net at the same time. So, right, there's cost benefits to these things. We've not, right, done the analysis. That's not where the paper is going. I think, again, John, you mentioned that. But maybe I will stop there and let my co-authors. Sure.
Okay, so we have two questions here.
I'll let my colleagues answer the next ones.
Okay, I want to ask a question about equity payments. So as far as I understand, a lot of these startups pay via equity, and some of these types of payments lock workers in because you lose your equity to leave. So it's potentially exactly in the areas where job finding rates are higher that you might want to use more equity to pay your workers. So I wonder whether your data includes this information.
I guess go back to remember the first 30-something years of UI benefit research, and that this is an interesting channel, but in terms of a policy prescription, I think it's useful to think about this in kind of broader, how much in terms of welfare could we get out of this in a world where increasing UI benefits also affects returns to search. So, for example, I don't think you guys had endogenous search intensity in here, right? If you had both directed search and endogenous search intensity, what does this due to workers' search effort in terms of their desire to get the jobs. Not only do you have the standard increasing benefits may reduce search effort and job finding, but now you introduce these risky versus safe jobs. So as you move towards the distribution of riskier jobs, you may reduce the incentive to search too. So, you know, from a policy welfare perspective, how much of those countervailing forces fight against each other in a European UI environment?
So we are at time. We are going to do a 30-second answer, and then we can.
I'm going to let my colleagues answer that question. Here, Brad,
both questions, I think, need some time to think a little bit more. So you asked first a question about the, what was it again? The equity payments. So this is not a paper where we are focusing on startups in the sense of technology firms where that is widely used. In fact, in the regression, so the way we think about experimentation here is in the way of Hurst and Paxley. So think of businesses that are born to pursue a new service or a new product, and that can happen in any industry. So it can be also, to make an example, in the food restoration industry. So think of McDonald's, you know, you open a franchise versus you come up with a new idea, like can be in our data set Noma, that came up to be #1 restaurant in the world. A very risky business at first. It involves no technology, or Joe and the Juice, which you may know here. It's a Danish chain. So it is this type also of firms that we think about. So not necessarily the high tech ones. And as for Jason, your question about the unemployment benefits and how they can shape the returns to search and search intensity, you know, that's actually, it's a mechanism that we are abstracting away here. I would need to think a little bit more why, you know, there would be any interaction with respect to the businesses here, because the value of search is equalized across markets. So I would expect that any effect would be homogeneous across markets, but, you know, lower tightness overall, but still I think it would operate homogeneously across markets, but you know, I would need to take a moment.
Thank you very much. We will reconvene at 10:40 after the break. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the conversations. For helping me That's amazing. Amazing how fast you are. Amazing.
All right, welcome back again. So our next speaker is Anders, who's going to present in a moment. Okay?
Thank you.
got it?
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much for the invitation to present this research on the early labor market transformation on the generative AI. It's a joint work with Emilie Vestergaard, who's an excellent PhD student from the University of Copenhagen. Okay, so the arrival of AI chatbots really marks the era of generative AI. So these tools have seen the fastest worker take-up of any new technology, and we now have a robust set of experimental studies documenting substantial productivity gains for users. Now, despite the fact that these tools now have become widespread, we are probably all using them in this room, I think it's fair to say that substantial disagreement remains about their labor market implications, ranging from dramatic displacement within just a few years to modest impacts over a decade. Now, of course, these are early predictions, but I think they reflect just how little we know about how labor markets actually adjust after major technological change. In particular, one question that I think is top of mind of many people, partly motivated by Dario Amodi, Anthropic CEO's prediction that AI will eliminate half of all white-collar entry-level jobs. I think a key question is whether this is the worst or the best time to launch a career. So in this paper, we argue that the early transformation under generative AI is best understood as rapid currents under still water. So substantial reorganization of work occurs as workplaces are integrating the new technologies, workers are taking on new AI-related tasks, absorbing change before it surfaces in earnings or hours. So to study this process and this phenomena, we developed in this paper a unique data infrastructure in Denmark that can really capture this phenomena. It's linking large-scale surveys of workplace adoption of AI chatbots, work reorganization, with administrative data on earnings, recorded hours, occupations. So this linked survey register data allows us to both capture kind of the surface of the labor market, recorded hours, earnings, as well as those rapid currents that typically go unrecorded in our administrative data, such as changes to work practices as well as task assignments. And then the empirical strategy that we're going to pursue is going to be quite simple. It's going to be a difference in difference analysis, comparing adopters to non-adopters before and after the arrival and the availability of AI chatbots. Okay, so why Denmark? Javier warmed you up a little bit to the Danish setting, but I think it's still worthwhile thinking about why this is a particularly suitable setting to study the labor market impacts of a new technology. So first of all, the Danish workforce is at the forefront of the adoption of generative AI, with adoption rates similar to the US setting. They're kind of both leading the pack in terms of adoption rates, where, for example, Reuters have done internationally comparable surveys. They also have a fairly flexible labor market. Again, Javier warmed you up to this. There's the so-called flexicurity model, which means that in terms of hiring and firing costs, It's actually fairly low in the Danish setting, again, similar to the US. So we have a setting here where the economy is kind of at the forefront of this new technology. Firms are facing relatively low hiring and firing costs, so if they wanted to change headcounts in response to new technologies, I think this is a good setting to look for it. Now, the second key advantage is that the Danish setting offers an amazing data infrastructure. In particular, every Dane has a digital mailbox. And I had one when I lived in Copenhagen. I received my diploma from the University of Copenhagen there. Statistics Denmark has the authority to send survey invitations through these digital mailboxes. So that gives us a direct channel to the population of Danes, including workers in the most exposed occupations where we think these effects will emerge the earliest. But then the key advantage, and the second key advantage, is that we can take those survey responses, link it back to the administrative data at Statistics Denmark that has all the good stuff that we know and like about the background characteristics about workers, but also their labor market outcomes, earnings from the tax authorities, recorded hours, and so forth. Okay, so using this infrastructure, we collaborated with Statistics Denmark to run large-scale surveys of the adoption of AI chatbots in 11 of the most exposed occupations. So we picked those because we think those were the occupations where the effects of AI chatbots would emerge the earliest and with the strongest force. I'm going to show you the list in a second. Okay. This is an annual survey that we run. The results that I'm going to show you today are primarily going to focus on the second annual round, exactly 2 years after the arrival of ChatGPT. So we received 25,000 complete and valid responses from this survey. We can cross-check them up against the register. They're representative of the workers in these 11 occupations. We can also cross-validate against variables that we also measure in the register data, for example, the occupations, and show a very tight alignment between the two. So I think just taking stock here, this is it's a large-scale, representative, high-quality data source. I think it allows us a good opportunity to just learn something about this radical new technology that we're all trying to understand. Okay, so jumping right into it. This plot kind of shows the first key descriptive result from this survey. It's plotting across our 11 survey occupations, so those that are very highly exposed to AI, the share of workers that are subject to different usage policies from their employers. And the key takeaway here is just how remarkably fast this adoption of AI chatbots have been. So this is only 2 years after the arrival of ChatGPT, the launch of the first model. Already most employers are now explicitly encouraging their workers to use the tools. Okay, so employers are not just putting up usage policies, they're also putting money behind their words. For example, among the around 40% of employers that are explicitly encouraging their workers to use the tools, 60% have a subscription to an enterprise solution. It's often a version of ChatGPT or Claude. 40% have already provided training to their workers into using these tools. 30% do both. Again, I think this just document that this is a big deal. Employers are moving very fast on this and actually doing real investment behind it. Okay, so to describe this adoption, I'm going to examine how workers' chatbot use, reported benefits, varies with these employer initiatives. Clearly, this is descriptive evidence. I'm just giving you a picture of how adoption looks like in these workplaces that are going all in on the adoption of AI chatbots. steps. And I'm going to show you plots that comes from regressions like this that relates the chatbot outcome, for example, the adoption, daily usage of AI chatbots, to their employer policies. So this could be these encouraged use policies, whether they're paying for these enterprise subscription, providing training, and controlling for a battery of characteristics of the workers. So again, these are descriptive patterns. You should only interpret as such, but I just want to flag that they are robust to controlling for firm characteristics, size, age, productivity, and so forth, controlling for workers' detailed task mixes, which is something we asked about in the survey, as well as measuring these employer initiatives only using co-worker reports. And this just reflects the fact that co-workers' reports about these employer initiatives are very tightly correlated. So when one worker say, yes, we have an enterprise subscriptions, his colleagues also say, yes, we have a subscription. Okay, so this is the first plot that comes out of this analysis. Here I'm showing the use at work for a typical worker, according to, and I'm going to show you more of these, according to the employer's initiatives. And here I'm just starting with the workers that have no supportive initiative from their employers. They're not encouraged to use the tools. They don't have an enterprise subscription. They've not provided training. Even in that setting, 40% have used AI chatbots at work. Around 7% are using it daily. So I think this just shows this bottom-up nature of the diffusion of AI chatbots. Workers have just started using these tools, often without the encouragement or endorsement from their employers. And I think this is just the first sort of feature to think about, is that adoption happens both at the worker level and the workplace level, at least with a low fixed cost technology like AI chatbots, the way we can all just go and access it online. Okay, but then importantly, once employers are also investing in these tools, it can move the needle. It is associated with higher both take-up rates at the extensive margin, as well as daily users. And for daily users, this thing about explicitly expecting your workers to use the tools is really what seems to be moving the needle. Finally, kind of adoption peaks when all these investments and initiatives are combined. So when workplaces are not only subscribing to the enterprise tool, but also explicitly encouraging their workers to use the tool, providing training. So this, I think, is consistent with a larger literature and what we learned from the kind of the IT revolution, that there are important complementarities between not just investing in new tools, but also reorganizing work around this. And we see it very much that this seems to be moving the needle in terms of using these tools. Now, importantly, AI chatbots are not only affecting existing work, it's already creating new job tasks. So here, we're focusing in first on workers who are using the tools. Around 10 to 15% say they already have new job tasks due to the arrival of AI chatbots. Now, maybe more strikingly, this emergence of new work extends even to workers who have never used the tools at work. So these are non-adopters. There's still around 5% of these say now they're doing new work, new types of job tasks due to the arrival of AI chatbots. Now, this importance of new task, new work is something that both aligns with theory, so the Acemoglu, Restrepo, task-based models, where there's this task reinstatement effect that is quite important, as well as history. David Alter and co-authors work on just the importance of new work for understanding the labor demand effects of new technologies. So to understand this nature of new work under generative AI, we simply just asked workers. We had these 10 to 15% of workers who said that they had new tasks from the arrival of AI chatbots. We asked them to describe them. And then we got 2,500 free text responses. We categorized them into different AI-related categories or patient-specific subtasks. And this plot shows the composition of this new work under generative AI. So Here, we're categorizing them according to different categories. So some of new work definitely is productive. You see content drafting, brainstorming, ideation, data insights. Around 45% of new work relates to these kind of productive activities. But a substantial amount of new work related to AI chatbots also is right now is going into integrating and overseeing AI chatbots, also related to compliance. So maybe some of you are staring at this white green bar for teachers. Those are all the teachers saying they're now spending time detecting whether the students are cheating on their homework, their exams with AI. So I think it just shows that at this early stage, AI is kind of a double-edged sword. It's definitely helping some workers and definitely many people in this room being more productive, but it's also creating new challenges that we need to deal with that are maybe not in the short run a productive use of our time. And I think this picture is very consistent with, again, a lot of literature on these productivity J-curves, that in the very beginning of a radical new technology, there are a substantial amount of work that just goes into both integrating the new tools, so these are the blue bars, as well as all the disruption that happens from new compliance or oversight work, and we see worker very much kind of confirming that picture. Okay, so those were kind of the currents that were very rapid in the sense that workplaces are really rapidly moving into this. Now I'm going to shift the analysis to what I call the surface, the kind of earnings recorded hours in the labor market. And here the key advantage of the Danish setting is that we can link to these administrative records at Statistic Denmark to give us a really objective sense of how these tools are making a difference. Okay, and I think to set the stage here, one very influential fact when thinking about the labor market impacts of AI is documented by Erik Mendelsohn, co-authors, that there's been this decline of early career employment in AI-exposed occupations. Strikingly, that trend replicates in Denmark. I think it's a quite universal phenomenon. And for good reason, combined with kind of the Anthropic CEO's prediction, have caused people to be worried that AI chatbots might be, or in AI in general, might be behind these declining trends. Now, the key contribution of our data set is that we can take these aggregate trends and then split them based on whether firms have actually adopted AI chatbots. Okay, so to do that, we're going to implement a simple difference in difference design. We're going to compare the outcomes of adopters versus non-adopters before and after the release of AI chatbots. So putting that into a regression, we will relate so this is at the workplace level, the employment of a workplace I, going to relate it to their chatbot initiative, their usage policies, enterprise tools, training, controlling for predetermined characteristics, fixed effects, and then the key kind of coefficients of interest are these beta taus that captures the differential change for adopters indexed to the release date of ChatGPT. And of course, the identifying assumption here is that absent AI chatbots, adopters and non-adopters would have followed similar trajectories. Okay, and implementing that, this plot shows a key result from this from this analysis. So on the left panel, I show you just total workplace employment, where we're focusing on these front-runner firms as the treatment, if you will, that are encouraging workers to use the tools, those that we see have much higher adoption rates and are already reorganizing work around the tools, both in terms of workplace employment as well as the employment share of these early career workers in the right panel. These tools have really not moved the surface of the labor market. We can also go to these like extreme front runners, those that are adopting the full package of encouraged use, enterprise chatbots, training. Even in those settings, it seems these tools have not yet made a difference in terms of workplace employment, early career workers. This null result seems to be quite consistent across occupations. Caveat here, standard errors becomes larger once we start focusing on specific occupations, but there doesn't seem to be a clear relationship in any of the occupations linking adoption to these workplace employment outcomes, as well as for early career workers. Okay, so again, I think this is consistent with a larger literature. There's a little bit of a déjà vu of the solo paradox, where here it seems that AI is everywhere except for in these labor statistics. And our interpretation of this is that it's really task reorganization within workplaces across workers that are absorbing change before it's surfacing in hours or earnings. So it really shows that it's important to go to the workplace level, opening up that black box of what's going on within the firm to really understand how AI is changing work, because a lot of stuff is already going on, even if we don't see it in these aggregate statistics. Okay, so I told you that a prominent feature of AI chatbots is that adoption is happening both at the workplace level as well as at the worker level, with some workers very eagerly taking on these new tools, using it daily, reporting a large benefit from it. So now I'm going to do the same difference in difference analysis, but now shifting the level of analysis to the worker level, so comparing adopting versus non-adopting workers before and after the arrival of these tools. And here we find a clear link between adopting adopting AI chatbots and switching into new occupations. So here, over the 2-year horizon, adopters are around 4 percentage points more likely to have moved into new jobs. So this is actually consistent with this experimental evidence that I told you about on the first slide, that how AI chatbots are helping workers is that they're especially useful if you're new to work. So both the Noy and Sang paper in Science, as well as the Brynjolfsson, Lee, and Raymond in the QGE, shows that the productivity gains are especially high for those workers that have less prior expertise, experience. They see the biggest boost from having access to AI chatbots. So what are the types of occupations that these workers, adopters, are moving into? One occupation where we see this very clearly is the bottom one, is, for example, IT support. So before AI, you would need to know all these technical manuals. It would maybe take you some time to get to know them by heart. With access to AI chatbots, you can be a fairly proficient IT support specialist almost from day one. And we see that that is exactly the type of occupations that adopters are moving into. More generally, we can characterize what were the jobs that these adopters that are switching occupations came from, and then compare it to the occupations that they're then moving into. And we see that adopters who are switching occupations, they're switching into jobs and occupations that have a higher occupational wage premium, that are paying more on average to workers, and are more AI exposed. So this is the NBER measure that essentially captures whether using ChatGPT is relevant, whether you can save time with it. So these adopters are both moving into better paid work, more AI exposed work. So this is actually in line with some prediction that David Autor put out. He wrote this paper in early 24, even before we had run the survey. So this is a very pre-registered prediction here. So he had this vision that we could apply AI to rebuild the middle class. And we seem to find patterns in the data that is consistent with that. Adopters are moving in to better paid work, more AI-based work. And over this 2-year horizon that we're studying them, workers are seeing a differential earnings gain of 12 percentage points. So that's substantial. Okay, so I will wrap up here. So I started off with these two critical questions in the early days of AI. How do labor markets adjust at the onset of a major technological change? Is this the worst or best time to launch a career? I think our evidence paint like a cautiously optimistic picture that it's really the task reorganization within firms that are absorbing change before it surfaces in earnings and hours. Is this the worst or best time to launch a career? I think it's still early, but our evidence points that and suggests that AI can help workers move into higher paying jobs. So, thank you.
Please.
Super interesting paper. I'm curious if there's something in your survey instrument that can help distinguish new tasks that are new to workers performing them versus new tasks that are new to the firms or reallocations of tasks across workers within a firm. Thanks.
Actually, so you might go to John first.
Thanks. Really, really interesting stuff. I guess one thing kept on going through my mind, and maybe it's in the paper, is what are the types of firms who are more likely to encourage or adopt AI? So one of the obvious concerns is that, that it's the firms which are more likely to grow, more dynamic, etc., who are the firms who are adopting AI. And what you're picking up in all of this is less so the impact of AI, but rather the fact that it's something else about the firms which are good firms and therefore more likely to confer benefits to workers, and that would mean you're underestimating some of the potentially negative effects of AI on the labour market.
So I think it would be very interesting to look for some corroborating evidence on point one. So it's basically a story about accumulation of intangible capital, which might, as Jan Aberle and Nick Cruzet suggest, show up in stock prices if it's a publicly listed company. And many years ago, John Fernald and I, with Nick Oulton and Sally Srinivasan, pointed out that there should be implications for dynamic productivity changes, productivity as measured, which don't include this intangible capital. And it would be interesting to see if any of those predictions are borne out.
One more and then we'll go to...
Yeah. So I think that your empirical specification with the employment is kind of conditional on a bunch of occupation and industry fixed effects. So how do you think about your results if most of the underlying variation were at the sort of occupation industry level itself? Think about if the shock loaded on software engineers is a reasonable way, I think, to think about a lot of the AI stuff right now. And then if the residual variation conditional on that is mostly just noise, are you sort of absorbing with your fixed effects actually the main thing of interest and maybe getting the wrong conclusion then?
Yeah, totally. Okay, great. These are excellent questions. So the first one about what is the nature of new work? Is a new task for the worker, for the firm, for the whole economy? I think we're just scraping the surface of these free text responses, and we could definitely open up more. We asked them specifically whether they're doing new work that are kind of the same task they're just doing more of, or whether they're doing completely new work for them. And it's actually mostly the latter, new work for them. I showed you the point estimates there, there was same task, and it was the new task that were more important. But we can also open that up more and think about, is it really a new task? Before they would, all the programming would be done by programmers. Now we're kind of with access to cloud code, all kind of amateur programmers now, and kind of doing new tasks that are new to us, but not maybe new to the whole economy. A lot of the new tasks relates directly to AI chatbots. For example, detecting whether your students are cheating with AI chatbots, or lawyers now drafting new corporate policies related to using these chatbots. So I think actually, at least in the short run, a lot of the new work relates specifically to to the technology and just integrating the new technology. But I think this is super fascinating and where the free text responses might be kind of providing some rich information. On John's work on the selection into adoption, absolutely, I totally agree with you. And I see this as, at the end of the day, descriptive evidence. I think it's a useful first step to understand how these adopters are faring differently. I'm kind of surprised actually that we don't see then like a trend in the post period, and the fact that the effects are so flat suggests to me that even selection plus the causal effect seems to be null. But I totally agree. The selection patterns are actually quite similar in terms of who's using it, who's adopting it, to the more comprehensive work that Nick has done on the adoption of firms' adoption of AI across many younger, more productive firms that have embraced these tools. Yeah, absolutely. We do see a little bit of pre-trends when we go to the worker level, because it's the younger workers who are more likely to have embraced these tools. We are controlling for that specifically, like predetermined characteristics. But I think these are very valid point, definitely important to think about when interpreting these differences. The point about looking at stock prices and that to capture intangible capital, I think that's an excellent idea. Also very related to Chad's work on the productivity J-curves specifically on AI and a way of quantifying these investments that otherwise go unrecorded. We kind of used the survey to measure those investments directly, but there's a question of like how much do they matter, and looking at stock prices would be one way to put a kind of a price tag on it. We have not looked specifically on stock prices. There is a paper, a very nice paper, on AI and firm values, which we looked in the very short run on the stock prices of more AI-exposed occupations, finding that there is like there is a premium there. They seem to have priced in at least the expectation that they would, that being more exposed to AI would pay off. But we can definitely look more into that. On the fixed effects, I totally agree, and I think there's a question of like, once you go to the micro level, are you kind of missing the point? And I do think there could be important kind of GE effects that works across all occupations. So one story that I want to put forward here is that let's just say that we're all anticipating AI to be a big deal. Even if you're not investing in it, you're going to start changing your labor. Then it's all going to load on the occupation fixed effects. So I think that's kind of the argument against going to the micro level. I think the argument for is that at the occupation level, exposure is also just correlated with so many other things, and it's kind of like a little bit of a mess to disentangle what is remote work, what is AI, and so forth. And I think there's additional value to going within occupation and looking at these front-runner firms and seeing, are they doing something differently? They might provide a window into the future as more workplaces are adopting these tools.
Let's do another round of questions. We have two there and one there. Please. Do you have a mic?
Super interesting. Hope to do this again, so we can get a time series. So one constructive comment, one snarky one. So the teacher green bar that you pointed out reminds me of when my kids were in school. We got memos home about Wikipedia and how using Wikipedia was cheating and so on. So I wonder if you can look at the free text and distinguish between time spent developing policies for AI use in the classroom, which is intangible capital. That's what we want to see, right? And time wasted looking for cheating. And the snarky one is, so Bob Solow saw computers everywhere because he was on faculty at MIT. Computers were not that widely used at the time. So we need another buzz phrase, because AI actually is everywhere.
Yeah, I wonder if you can distinguish two types of adoption. It seems to me that the type of adoption that you're picking up here is like basically everybody has like the chatbot open and asks questions. I think the more worrying type of adoption is like, I'm going to take my marketing department and I'm going to pay Deloitte to like modify Claude to basically do everything that the marketing people were doing, and I'm letting them all go. And I feel like for that type of adoption, there's a lot of experimentation, but we really have no idea how well it's going at scale.
So, I guess my comments kind of boil down to, I'd like to see a few more of these regression results. So a little on the selection comment is that, the returns to the job switchers of the adopters could just be some kind of skill bias technological change type result where these guys are ex ante good at using Gen AI and getting high returns as a result. One way to get at that is to essentially look at the other subgroups and the outcomes for them. So one group where we could really think about, how much the adoption itself is really mattering overall is replicate this for the job stayers and look at how their earnings outcomes are progressing for adopting job stayers relative to non-adopters. Another thing too is look at the non-adopters themselves. Do we see any earnings gains from them? And then also, do we see any kind of increases in job switching or increases in moves to non-employment, right? So the one concern you might have is that these net employment effects for these firms adopting are masking a lot of reallocation. Are they getting rid of workers that are bad at using AI and replacing that are good? Because that would have very different labor market implications than just kind of the status quo.
Actually, one related question on this under is, on your occupational switching results, which are fascinating, are these switches happening within the same firm, or are these people moving to different firms? And I'm asking this question because it goes to the appropriability of the training and the encouragement policies that companies are making, which right now are short term, but eventually is this going to be a general training type of issue? Let's see if there are more questions. Yeah, one more question.
So, following up on that, maybe interesting to look at the non-adopters and see what's happening with employment growth there. I suspect they're not saving a lot of jobs by not adopting AI. This sort of follows up on the selection point. So I would think these non-progressive firms are not employment machines, and that would be interesting to see. And sort of looking at things cardinally rather than relatively would be a way to make this point, just in terms of the graphs.
Okay. One more, and then you have 2 minutes.
Fantastic paper as always. So I was wondering, can you observe how managers adjust their work practices? It would be very interesting to see if, for instance, they now ask their workers more frequent on whether they completed the task because AI allows them to complete their tasks more faster, and on the other hand, workers could spend now the additional time in form of leisure, right? So understanding this would be interesting. And on the second point on your slide here, that AI helps workers to move in higher paying occupations. My understanding is that this really should depend theoretically on the expertise of the tasks that are automated by AI. Can you say a little bit on this?
Yeah. Okay. 3 minutes. Okay. So let me. So first, we can definitely open up this task more and think about what is productive. If we're just changing our curriculum now and we are undergoing a phase where teachers are spending time on that, but we are heading towards a better steady state, that's probably a better equilibrium than just trying to fix all the kind of bugs that AI is creating right now in terms of students cheating with their homework. So on Tarek's, and I think this also relates to, I think right now, yes, AI chatbots was super fast because it was very much a worker-driven phenomenon and very much used as a co-pilot, like this chat window on the right side of our laptops. And I think now the power is really shifting to the firm level and doing more kind of coordinated adoption, which could both be related to trying to get an agent to imitate what the workers are doing, which is, I think, your Deloitte example is hinting to. In the third annual round, we actually more specifically also measured manager practices. So there we have like both workers and managers surveyed. On Jason's point on job switching, I think job switches are kind of very interesting to look at because a fact in the labor market is that most wage progression happens when you switch jobs. And there's actually this nice paper by Henry Cleveland and co-authors who argue that focusing in on job switches might be informative about kind of the long run impacts of, he's looking at income taxes, but you could also think about technological change. In the long run, we're all job switchers, but in the short run, not everyone are, and they kind of are in some sense canaries in the coal mine for the broader labor market impacts. Looking at stayers in particular, there's no impact of adopting new technology, which is also surprising to me. It is similar actually to the Kruger-Dinado-Pischke debate about computers. There's a big earnings premium. If you just look at the correlations, adopters are earning more, but that entirely predates the arrival of AI chatbots. So once you do the diff and diff, it's actually a tight zero for stayers. I don't know whether I have more time. Okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate it.
AI is controlling the air conditioning. It doesn't like the discussion of job destruction. Chilling us. Humans can't survive in this world. It's like insane.
All right.
I know, you have to bring a sweat while you rock.
Take it away,
Okay.
start. Go for it.
Okay, thank you for including the paper in the program, and thank you for inviting us to this freezing room. So this is about skill premium in times of rapid technological change. And you know, with AI, you can produce jazzy pictures which represent the paper. So this is what it gave out. And it's with Tarek and Pasquale. Tarek is in the audience, so he'll help me with questions. So let me start with like a very broad motivation with a very well-known figure, which is that skill premium has or increased rapidly over the course of 80s and 2000s and then stabilized. So it increased from about 50 log points, 40-50 log points to about 80 log points in 2010 and then flattened. This increase was even steeper in densest areas, and existing theories, the way they rationalize this increase is something is structural shifts which favor skill. So think about the the broad literature on skill-biased technical change. Just production function looks different today than it used to. Capital skill complementarity. Capital is so much cheaper than it used to be. Complement skill, automation, and IT. In this paper, we take a different approach. We use new job-level data on technology creation and use to make 2 points. The first one is that skill premium depends on how fast technologies are created, so how quickly are they introduced into the economy, and how fast do they standardize after they're introduced. So that's the first part. The second, what that implies is that if you now can go and measure technology creation, that explains variation in skill premium over time, over space, and over cohorts. So essentially 3 dimensions. Now, there's of course a large literature which studies this. What we contribute to so the first literature is on skill-biased technical change. Our perspective would be the change in aggregate production function. What it's hiding underneath is the age composition of technologies. So if you have a lot of new technologies operational in the economy, the skill premium will naturally be high, but then when this age composition goes towards more older technologies, the skill premium will over time go down. The second is capital skill complementarity and automation. What we will show is that new technologies complement skill, and so therefore the informative state distribution or the informative state variable is the recency distribution of technology. So how many new or old technologies are operational in the economy. People have also connected the skill premium to episodic nature of IT revolution. In our story, IT would be special because it's novel, not particularly because it's IT. And finally, for most of this paper, we will rely on the data construction which we've done previously with Nick, Marcella, Tarek, Josh, and Tahun. So the contribution here is to connect that to theory and to connect that to the skill premium. Okay,
So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to take you through first through a model of technologies and the skill premium. I'm going to discipline that model with 3 empirical facts, and then I'm going to take that model and study the skill premium across 3 dimensions. The first dimension is the skill premium over time, then I'll go over space and over cohorts. So let me first start with the model of skill premium. So this will be a vintage-based growth model. So at every time B, imagine a mass of technologies, MB, entering into the economy. So if I'm sitting at any time T, I have an age distribution of technologies over the course of history that arrived into the economy. I can just redenote them as MTB, and where I can replace B with T minus U. So imagine at time in 1990s, I can see all the technologies which entered over the course of history, and I'll denote them with U. Okay. Now production in this economy happens using 3 components for each technology. And the 3 components of the first one is a cohort specific component. So when a technology enters at time B, then it comes with a cohort specific productivity, AB. The second component is ZU, which is an age specific component. So how good do these technologies get in general with age? And the third component is the combination of high skill and low skill workers in a CES. The CES denotes alpha U, which is our cost share parameter. That depends on U. Okay? And these high skill and low skill workers are combined with an elasticity of substitution, gamma. So this is how production happens for any technology of age U, and notice that it has total 3 components, the cohort specific and the 2 age specific components. Now we'll make an assumption on the cohort specific component, as in any vintage based growth model, that every technology as it enters, so more recent technologies are better than previous technologies with the rate G, so G%. So any technology which enters at time T plus 1 is G% better than the technology which entered at time T. Okay? Now all of these technologies at a point in time T are combined to give us aggregate output. This aggregate output, of course, depends on how many technologies entered over the course of history. So that's MTU, that's the arrival rate. And then what is the output produced by all of these different technologies of different ages, which depends on A, B, ZU, and alpha U. So these 4 objects I'll reiterate through the presentation, and what do we make assumptions on, and how do we discipline them. So we'll keep an eye on these 4 objects: A, B, ZU, alpha U, and MTU. Okay? Okay, so now this is a simple model. So all I need to solve this model are 3 conditions: goods market clearing or income clearing, college labor market clearing, and non-college labor market clearing, to give me 3 objects: WH, WL, or high skilled worker wage, low skilled worker wage, and total output. Now notice in these 3 equations, so to solve for these 3 equations, I again need those objects, those 4 objects: MTU, alpha U, ZU, and AT minus U. I've already placed an assumption on the cohort effect, which is AT minus U. So I can now normalize this system to be able to just solve it with the 3 objects: the arrival rate of technologies, MTU, the standardization or the share parameter, alpha U, and the productivity function, ZU. If I know these 3 objects, I can now solve the system conditional on making the assumption on the cohort effects. Okay? So this now leads me to my first proposition, which is a key proposition in the paper, which is that essentially, if you look at the skill premium in this model along the balanced growth path, it does not depend on the level of M. So it does not depend if I have 10 technologies arriving along the balanced growth path or 100. Why is that? Well, because that does not change the composition of new versus old technologies, and therefore it does not, because the relative demand for skills is driven by alpha U and ZU. Even if I go from 10 technologies arriving to 100 technologies arriving, that does not affect the skill premium in this economy. So if I go from one balanced growth path to another balanced growth path, over those 2 balanced growth paths, the skill premium is constant. But it does depend on how fast technologies are standardized and how fast they lose market share. So if technologies arrive and they are standardized extremely slowly, we'll get a higher skill premium. And of course, it depends on the supply of skills. Okay, so this was about balanced growth paths. Now let's think about transitions. In transitions, of course, if you go from let's think about either temporary or permanent changes in M. If we go from a lower M to a higher M, higher arrival rate, what's going to happen is that the composition of technologies which shift towards more new technologies, and in that world, we are going to generate an increase in the skill premium. But again, as I mentioned in the last proposition, it'll go back to the initial level. So all of these changes in skill premia will be temporary. There will not be any permanent changes in skill premia, of course, keeping alpha U, ZU constant and the supply of skills, the relative supply of skills constant. Okay? Now, how big or how persistent this increase in skill premium is going to be is crucially going to depend on the standardization rate and ZU, which is how fast these technologies lose market share. Okay? So if these technologies come into the economy and they standardize immediately, you will see that the skill premium is, the increase in skill premium is much less persistent. And if these technologies hang around for a long time, also then you will observe that the skill premium increase is much less persistent. Okay? So now to talk about this quantitatively, I'm going to need evidence to discipline MTU, alpha U, and ZU. So that's where we're going. So we'll get 3 empirical facts, and we have 3 functions to pin down. So we'll use those 3 empirical facts to pin down those 3 functions. Okay, so the first one is arrival rate of technologies. And so to get this, again, we rely on our previous paper. And essentially the idea of the previous paper is, well, if you go and look in patents mention a lot of keywords, and we'll extract these 2-word combinations, biograms from patents. We'll match each bigram to a Wikipedia page. So let's say if patents mention lots of different biograms, 2-word combinations for a particular technology, we can then club them together to a single Wikipedia page, and that Wikipedia page title will be the technology. Now, when do we say that the technology has emerged? Well, when there's an accelerated incidence of these technologies in patents, so we'll use patenting rates in these technologies to come up with an emergence year. Now, all that we are changing from our previous paper here is just extending the data set, and it'll be clear in like a couple of slides why we needed to extend the data set. The previous data set went back to 1976, so it basically starts from where you start seeing digital image processing up to where you see Wi-Fi. We had to extend it historically, and I'll point out to why we had to extend it historically. Then, to talk about the labor market, alpha U and ZU, we'll go to like us job postings, and those we only observed from 2010 to 2023. So think about technologies arriving at different points in time, and us then observing these technologies in 2010 to 2023 period. Okay? Now the first striking fact which comes from this is that if you plot the time series of these technologies, it was stable between 25 and 30, the value, between 1940 and 1980, and then there was a huge boom in the number of technologies between 1980s and 2000s. What matters for our model is the is over time the distribution of age. So what we'll track essentially is a moving average, and so in this moving average there's a 10x increase. Now this is what we observe in the data, and we were also initially a bit skeptical of this. So then what we did was we did 9 different robustness ways, including normalizing patents, normalizing patent lengths, kicking out ICTs, directly forgetting about patents, directly taking these technologies from Wikipedia. So we did all of this, and in almost everything we find that there was a huge boom in the number of technologies during this time period. Okay? So this was about M. So the next step is to get alpha. And the way we'll get alpha U is we go back to our fact, which we documented in our previous paper, which is that these technologies standardize over time. But now we can see it over the course of 80 years, And this should be interesting because we only plotted it for the first 30 years. We observed a linear trend, and then we were asked to do lots of non-linearity checks. Turns out if you extend it to 80 years, you can see that it still follows the same trend. So how are we going to match this to the data? So let me first summarize this picture. Starts at 55% share of college-educated postings. By the time technologies get to 80 years of age, it's about 35% share of college-educated postings. The way we match it to a data is that in our model, or from the production function, what we get is the demand for high skill to low skill workers for a particular skill depends on alphas, so alpha U, and depends on the wages for high skill and low skill workers. We will parameterize this alpha U to be a logit, and we'll back out the two logit parameters, theta naught and theta 1, just by doing OLS. So if you just take logs on two sides, you can now estimate, if you plug in the value of gamma, you can now estimate what is your value of theta naught and theta 1. We get a standardization rate of 1.2% and the scaling constant of 1.26. So that gives us our alpha U. Now we do a lot of robustness checks for this. We estimate this with cohort fixed effects, excluding ICT, for two different chunks of light class data. So all of those are in the estimation details. Okay, now I need another fact. This fact is new to this paper, which is how do we get to ZU? The way we get to ZU, and this is why we needed to extend the data set to 80 years, is we plot the labor market share of technologies by age U. What we find is that the modal technology advertised in US job postings is about 30 years of age. Okay? We'll take this to the model because the model implies that this share of employment in any technology has to be proportional to ZU and some cost normalization which is conditional on alpha U. We'll back out Z by again assuming a parameterization for Z. Now that parameterization for Z might not be very straightforward, so let me take you through it. What that means is when a technology is of age 0, then it grows at the rate GM. When a technology is of age infinity, it grows at the rate G small m. And the rate that we go from G capital M to G small m over time is lambda, right? So all we're trying to do is initially these technologies grow at a very fast pace. Over time, they slow down. And crucially, you also now need to remember that I placed the cohort assumption that every technology is 2% better than the previous technologies. So these technologies will then start losing market share. So that is the function that we estimate for ZU, but that function then implies that these are the market shares that we get from the ZU. Okay? So now using these three data objects, I now have my three functions, alpha U, M, and ZU. So I can now ask the model, what's the skill premium look like? Okay, so in the model, we observed a 28 log point increase. So the scale is not the interesting part. We fitted the levels to be exactly at 50 in 1970. What's the interesting part is that once you discipline M, alpha U, and ZU, and you roll the model forward, you observe a 28 log point increase in the college premium. Okay? This is keeping labor supply fixed. So if you do allow the labor supply to vary over time, and if you assume that college education moves one-to-one with skill, then we explain about 30% of the rise in skill premium. Now you might wonder, there was this explosion in the arrival rate of technologies. What happened to TFP growth? Is it exploding or is it counterfactual? Well, not so much. So our model implies a small but sizable increase in TFP growth. So it increases from about 2% to 2.4% and then it goes down. You might wonder why. The reason is that there is a congestion. There's an elasticity of substitution across technologies, so they are not perfectly substitutable with each other. Okay? Now, our model has a crucial prediction which is different from other stories of skill bias, for example, skill bias technical change, is that all of these changes are temporary. So if we do plot a predicted path conditional on being at this level of M for the future, we predict that the skill premium is going to go down even further. Okay, so everything that we did so far, as I said, is holding labor supply fixed. Once you do allow for labor supply to vary, this might be a lot to take in into the figure, but let's focus on the figure on the right hand side. Well, if high skill to low skill labor is that ratio has been the relative supply of high skill has been increasing a lot, you should observe a decrease in the skill premium. That's basically the black line. What's the data is the blue line. So we observe an increase in the skill premium. The red line is essentially what we can explain. So the gap between the blue line and the red line is something that our model explains. The residual gap, the gap between red line and the black line, is something which is left over. So we can explain about 30% once you take into account the supply of skills and you assume that supply of the college education moves 1-to-1 with the supply of skill. Okay? Now, in my leftover 5 minutes, I'm going to do 2 more dimensions. So the first dimension is across space. And across space, the empirical fact that exists across space is that first, so there are 2 layers to this picture. The first one is that there is a positive slope in the skill premium when you plot it against density, even in 1980. So that's a cross-sectional fact. The second is a time series fact, which is that this slope has become steeper more recently. Okay, and now so these are the 2 facts that we need to explain. What we will do is we'll alter the model along only one dimension, which is we'll now observe cities in autarky. So we'll assume that all of these cities operate in autarky, and the only distinction between these cities is that they are on a density scale from 0 to 1. The key addition is a diffusion function. So PDU is the probability that a technology of age U arrives in a city with density D. What that does is keeps all the entire model identical. The only thing that changes is how we aggregate it. And of course, the local labor supply and the local labor demand is the local labor supply and the local labor demand. Okay? So PDU now enters the aggregation for output produced at city of density D. So the way we'll discipline this PDU is we'll now look at the same labor market shares that we initially looked at, but now by density. So what we observe is actually the diffusion is much faster, or labor market shares the modal technology age is sooner, is lower in the denser cities than in the least densities. And if you plot the modal labor market age by commuting zone density percentile, what you see is that the gap between the 99th percentile and the 0 to 50th percentile is about 15 to 20 years. So the gap between the modal technology advertised today in New York City is about 15 years younger than Santa Fe, New Mexico. Okay? We'll use this fact to discipline our diffusion functions. So initially we had the market shares, the employment shares depend only on ZU. Now our employment shares will depend on a combination of ZU and PDU. And again, using nonlinear least squares, we can back out both ZU and PDU, and this is how they look. Right? So on the right hand side, on the left hand side, I'm plotting the diffusion probabilities, and on the right hand side, I'm plotting the employment shares implied by the diffusion probability and the ZU productivity function. What we get out of this is this fit. Okay? That now the skill premium, even along the balanced growth path, depends on this diffusion function. Right? So the M was constant along the balanced growth path, but PDU varies across density along the balanced growth path. So here what we see is that first we are able to fit the cross section in the 1980, and also the steepness or the higher slope more recently. So we fit both data objects with this one story, which is that if you're really trying to observe the skill premium, then you should be keeping an eye on technology diffusion objects. Okay, finally, using the same story, we'll modify it a little bit to think about cohorts. And in this, there's this famous picture by Card and Lemieux, where they say that when the skill premium increased, it increased much more steeply for lower experienced workers than for workers with more experience. So this is within those cells skill premium. The way we'll modify this is that we'll assume a comparative advantage function for younger people to be able to use younger technologies. There will be an experience premium, which is e to the power beta HUP. So that's the experience premium, which holds across technologies. And the way we'll discipline this is that we don't really observe age in the job postings data. So we'll go to the CPS computer supplement, and the right-hand side picture shows you the picture from the CPS computer supplement. What it shows is that if you look at by worker age, there was an extremely steep profile in computer use by worker age initially, and then it flattened later on. We'll use this data again to discipline comparative advantage in technology use. I'm going to roll through it because I'm running out of time. What we find is that the same story can also, these lines come out of the model, is that we find that the same story also explains the rise in skill premium across for different cohorts of workers, and explains about 53% of the variation across cohorts of workers. So let me conclude. The invention of new technologies and their application in the labor market offers a compelling explanation of the dynamics of wage inequality. What it means is that if you keep an eye on technology diffusion, the cells where technology diffuses faster, that's where you see the skill premium rise the most, because there's the standardization force which drives that. Now, it can rationalize variation over time across space, and we discipline it with new data on technology emergence and diffusion in the labor market. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start from the back. Do you have a microphone?
I have a question.
Okay, oh no, it's working. I have a question about the time age cohort effects. You have like 13 years of labor data, and you're asserting that a lot of the technologies that came out of the 80s are like really matured because they were 20 or 30 years old. But you kind of only have 10 years of the labor market data. Is it possible that there's something just unique about these technologies in the 80s, and that if you reran this using a data set from like 2020 to 2030, you wouldn't get the same age effects?
Okay. Do you have a mic?
Yeah, so you have a spectacular early figure about the great innovation boom of the 1980s, but of course there's been productivity slowdown, etc. So do you weight by importance? Because you have lots of innovations, like every little app is an innovation, but they're minuscule in importance. How do you account for that?
Yeah, so very similar kind of thought really as Xavier. I mean, well, going back to the long debate over these things, I wonder whether how this compares to the standard Golden and Katz, Tinbergen view of the labour market. So, in that type of way of thinking about the world, there's a kind of long-run trend towards skill bias technical change. That's the kind of trend going on. And what happened in the kind of late 70s, 80s, when you got the increase of wage inequality, the interpretation of that is not so much of a kind of technological shift, some of the reasons Xavier was saying, but rather a change of the supply of skills. So in the Golden Katz view, what happened was a slowdown in the supply of skilled workers, and that helps explain the kind of increase of wage inequality. And it seemed like that seems to be almost like the canonical model that you want to compare what you're showing to in the more complex things. I mean, ultimately in the time series, a kind of a change which you're associating with, rather complicated views of technological diffusion, and in fact, it could be a much more kind of simple explanation.
So, as I understand, the
TFP in your production function is basically like a weighted capital vintage thing where every vintage is allowed to have a productivity trajectory on top of that. That trajectory is assumed constant across all, okay. So if you look at the BEA data on the age of the capital stock, which goes back to 1925, it's actually been aging since the mid-1970s. So you don't see, now the data might be wrong for a number of reasons, but it's not showing like, man, all this new stuff is coming in and the capital is becoming weighted more and more to the new stuff. So just wondering if you could square that circle somehow. You also have some cross-sectional variation in that data that might give you something to take advantage of empirically.
I can just shout. I do a feedback in. Use enough volume, you don't need a loudspeaker. So, really great paper. I have one question that very much follows on Xavier, and maybe it's just a way to look at it. So, Bob Gordon has this great book about the rise and fall of American growth, and he lists in the book, if you've read it, all these technologies. One question is, do they show up? Because I know we've talked about this indefinitely, but he has this whole list of things like indoor plumbing. And he always says, would you rather have a toilet in the house or a cell phone? And everyone's like, I think I know. But he has all these techs, air conditioning and transport. So you could see, do they show up in your thing? Because it does look slightly odd. I thought Chad was going to say the same thing, that, in your work on the OECD, so all of the countries, not just the US, are showing declining productivity growth over decade after decade. And just to check, you can pick up Bob's tech. He has a whole list of them.
Okay, great. So first about the cohort effects, and I think that that was like the biggest challenge of the empirics when we started out. But essentially, we do a lot of robustness in the paper. So we kick out like specific sectors, like big sectors. Imagine ICT, medicine. We kick out all those sectors, and then we look at if our alpha U or ZU estimates change. Even though for Lightcast data, we only have 13 years of data, you can do it chunk by chunk. So you can do 10 to 15 and then 16 to 23. And then even then the estimates look pretty similar. So there we have done like a ton of robustness. Now, the other thing about weighted by importance, I think, so initially when we started out, and even in our paper, we looked at site weighted, so you can weigh all of these technologies by citations. It looks even more prominent. And so then we brought it down to patenting. Here the idea was like, even if you think that the technologies in the 80s and 90s were even more prominent, we can add stuff on top of this model already, and then show you that the series still looks pretty sensible, and the results go through. Yeah.
I think you want to not weighted by citations, but weighted by economic importance.
Sure. Yeah.
So this is it's a great point, and we can actually do this internally to our data by weighting by the differential size of labor market application. The reason we chose not to do this here is because we really wanted to use the simplest possible approach. But you can totally do that, and I'm sure we will. I have one. So I guess I'm the senior guy here, so I'm the attack dog. So John, to your question, I think I would say that I think it's fine to point to variation in supply, and we need to be very honest here that with our approach here, you get a third of the way there if you assume that a college degree means the same thing today that it did 40 years ago, right? So in some sense, the skill-biased technical change is a much deeper puzzle than what we're able to attack here, unless you're willing to, many of us are college professors, unless you're willing to buy into the idea that skill is basically fixed in the population, then we match everything. But I want to say that the early literature on skill-biased technical change is basically pointing to a residual in the production function, right? So, and there's a lot of interpretation here. We show direct evidence that these technologies that are coming, that are being invented, they're being rolled out in the labor market, and that is where the productivity effects are coming from. So in that sense, we have much more well-documented causal chain here.
Well, ultimately, you're trying to say, and I agree with the point, it's a residual in the labour demand type of relative labour demand function, you're associating that with a particular technology story, which is a claiming story, at least in the aggregate. And it might be right, but it may not be right. There could be a lot of other things which.
So let me add just one point to it. I think you can. So what we've done for the supply and all the alternative stories that could be in the model, you can go back, re-estimate the model by having those time-based coefficients, right? So those will capture all the residuals, and then we explain about 25 to 30%, and the rest of it you can say, okay, it's like other stories. That's how we rationalize to. Okay, so if there was a decrease in supply, that will show up in the time-based coefficient, and then everything else which will be captured by our M series can be explained by us. Yeah, and the last point. So Chad's point about capital. So this is about, I guess, the way we are detecting technology is in patents. So it might not necessarily be embodied in capital. It can also be embodied in other ways in the production process. When you go to these job postings, and we did like huge audits of these job postings, sometimes they might, so sometimes these job postings are not essentially about using capital, but using a technology which could be, you know, like which could be an intangible or like a software or something like that. So capital might be a subset of it, and we haven't studied it enough. We need to study it even more. Did I miss something?
Xavier's left. Bob Gordon just lists, if you want economic reports, he just lists what he thinks are 30 important technologies. So in other words, says, do you pick up the ones in his book? Because if you pick up the ones in his book, he has the list of them.
So we recently, and this is again, I think we are all doing this together, but like we recently extended the data set to go even back like to 1830s because we got better patent text to do this. And so when you go back, you get like many more technologies. Like even like you get stuff which is related to even cottonseed farming because you go that far back. But you need to go a little bit far back. More recent stuff tends to be the stuff that, you know, like we don't necessarily all know about, but yeah.
I add one more thing, which is that you should think of this as like picking up a particular type of technical progress, which is at the extensive margin. So in some sense, what this technique relies on is we're inventing something that requires new language to describe it to both other researchers, that's why we have new language in patents, and to people who are supposed to use the thing. So it's a type of technical progress at the intensive margin. We're not going to pick up something like if somebody invents something that makes the diesel engine more effective somehow, like a fancy screw or something, if that doesn't require new language, it's not going to show up here. Right? So think of this as like a particular type of technical progress that really boomed a lot in the 80s and 90s, and I think it's a very good question, why did it boom so much? But you know, we've stared at this for many years now, and we've convinced ourselves it's definitely there. Yeah, and again, our labor market dynamics are very consistent with this fact.
Okay, great. So this concludes the joint CRIW macro and productivity session. The room will divide into now. I think we stay in this room. The macro and productivity stays here, and CRIW stays there, or not?
It's marked on the schedule the other way.
It's on the other way. Okay, I had 50% chances of getting it. Good. Okay, so you know where to go, but thank you everyone for a wonderful session.
This is on now. We're going to get started. Let me check the exact name of this paper. So Abe Dunn will be presenting Quantifying Productivity Growth in Medical Care, 20 Years of Evidence from 9 Health Conditions. 20 minutes.
Here you go.
All right. First off, thanks so much for putting this paper on the program. It's been really wonderful sessions. Today I'm going to be talking about productivity growth in the medical care sector, looking at 20 years of evidence from 9 health conditions. And this is joint with John Romley, who's here, and Calvin Ackley of BEA. And the usual disclaimer applies that these are my views and not necessarily those of the BEA. So the motivation for this paper is simple. As we all know, productivity is key to improving living standards. Healthcare is an important part of that calculation, as it accounts for about 18% of the U.S. economy. However, official measures of productivity for the healthcare sector show it to be either flat or even declining, despite substantial evidence that there are new technologies that lead to longer lifespans and improve quality of life. We think a key reason we see this flat productivity growth has to do with how productivity is, or how output is measured. It's essentially measured as the volume of goods and services produced by the healthcare sector. Many measurement experts and even patients seeking care would view those volume of services as the inputs in the treatment, and the outputs that we really care about is improved health, improved length of life, and improved quality of life. The reason this isn't part of our official statistics is it's difficult to measure those health gains, and it's even more difficult to attribute, how much of those health gains should go to medical care. Let's see. Yeah, so in this paper, we're going to be measuring productivity using a utility-based measure of output that does capture the health gains from treatments and a cost-based measure of input. We're going to do this for 9 major medical conditions around a hospital inpatient episode, covering the time period from 2002 to 2021. We focus on these particular conditions for a few reasons. One, they've been well studied in the past, so there's established risk adjustment models that have been developed by outside experts in many cases. And second, there are conditions for which we see the inputs and associated health outcomes over a short horizon, where the outcome is mortality or whether the patient's returning home. So this better enables us to align the inputs to the outcomes so we can attribute those health gains to the health care. Just to provide a preview of the findings, we see large productivity gains for the conditions we look at. See, I think I bumped it. Okay. We see large productivity gains of about 7.5% per year, despite observing rising costs. These results are qualitatively robust to a wide range of different assumptions, but they are sensitive to certain factors. One of these factors is what dollar value we place on a healthy year of life, and one of the other key factors is potential trends in coding practices in the healthcare sector, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. But across a range of these different parameter values or assumptions, we still find large productivity gains of about 3.5 to 11% per year. So these gains are large. COVID does have some effect on these productivity estimates, but it's relatively small over the 20-year period that we're looking at here. And I think it's important to keep in mind that this is a small subset of conditions that may not be representative of the entire healthcare sector. These conditions account for just 3.8% of spending. But just looking at these conditions alone, the conditions where we can, again, align the inputs and outcomes well, they alone would imply an aggregate bias of around 1/4 percentage point a year. So this is still economically meaningful if we look at just these conditions. So this work is most closely related to prior research on looking at quality-adjusted prices, which similarly takes a utility-based view of output that captures the health gains from treatment. Seminal work in this area is by David Cutler and his co-authors looking at heart attack treatments. I had a follow-up paper a few years ago looking at heart attacks and a couple of additional conditions. This paper makes extensions on this prior work in a few ways. First, these prior papers focused only on survival. In this paper, we're going to look at, in addition to survival, we're going to look at a key aspect of quality of life if patients return home after their episode. Second, the prior work on quality-adjusted prices was measuring these, looking at Medicare payments, which can deviate from costs, given Medicare is a regulated environment. So in this paper, we're going to, along this dimension, we're going to turn to the work of led by my co-author, John Romley, that takes a cost-based measure of inputs, but takes a different approach for measuring outputs. So what we're doing in this paper is kind of taking together the key ingredients from this prior work. We're going to take a utility-based measure of output, a cost-based measure of input. We make some additional, methodological improvements as well. We're going to look over more conditions than in the prior work, and we're also looking over a longer time horizon. Where the 9 health conditions we specifically look at are shown along the bottom of this slide here. So this work also relates to research on the aggregate productivity for the healthcare sector. A key challenge in this work is relating the health inputs from the treatment and attributing those inputs to the health gains. This paper provides evidence that, for a small set of conditions where we see those inputs and outputs more closely aligned, we see those productivity gains. So we view this as offering complementary evidence to that broader agenda. So the conceptual framework in this paper is pretty simple. We're essentially measuring the health output growth relative to health input growth. And I'll go to the specific formula we apply in a couple of slides, but I'm going to go through now what I mean by output growth and input growth. On the health output side, we're going to be capturing the quality-adjusted life expectancy of the patients, capturing both the long-term survival and also the quality of life of the patients. So, for example, HJT would be the number of quality life years a patient with a heart attack would live after the episode if they receive that treatment today. HJ not is the base period. This is how much that same patient might receive if they had the technologies and the treatment, say, from 20 years ago, right? So this difference is the gain in quality from treatment over time. We do what health economists often do. We're going to multiply this health gain by the value of a quality-adjusted life year. We set this value to $100,000, as is often done in prior work, but we also look at a range of values from $150,000 to $50,000. On the input side, we're going to capture the full cost of the episode. We're going to try to get estimates of actual costs and not just the payments coming from Medicare. We're going to capture care received within 90 days, and that's going to be all care, including hospital treatments, physicians, ambulatory care, everything we see in that window. We also have some robustness checks looking outside of this window as well, but it doesn't have much of an effect. And then finally, we're going to deflate these cost measures by input price growth. So next, I'm going to talk about how our productivity measure relates to prior work on quality-adjusted prices. The equation in the upper left is a typical quality-adjusted price in this literature, where it's a utility-based price index there that would capture the expenditures necessary for patient to maintain the same level of utility from one period to the next, where SJT is the full payments for a treatment, say for that heart attack patient, SJ naught would be the payment in the base period. And then we have this quality adjustment term along the denominator, that's the delta H. And this is the health gains, exactly corresponding to what I showed in the previous slide. So if all else equal, there's no improvement in health, then the price index is simply how much more are we paying for a treatment today relative to in the past. If there is an improvement in quality, then this would lead to a quality adjusted prices declining, so patients are getting more per dollar spent. So this is all done with payments, but you could think if payments could deviate from costs in this regulatory environment, another useful index to look at would be just substituting those payments for the cost, which I'm showing in the formula to the right. It turns out if payments are similar to the costs in the base period, just looking at a simple productivity formula, a productivity estimate is the inverse of this quality adjusted cost index. And then this leads to this very intuitive formula along the bottom. So productivity rises if the health treatments improve, and productivity falls if all else equal, the cost of the inputs going into the treatments rises. Okay, now the question is how do we bring these formulas to the data, right? So the key data source we're going to be using is Medicare claims data. We look at the 5% sample of fee-for-service enrollees age 65 and over. We have approximately 1.9 million patients in our sample over a 20-year period. And as I mentioned before, we're going to look at all care received within 90 days of this episode that we see on the claims data. Importantly, this claims data has information on the diagnosis codes of the patient, so we're able to risk adjust our estimates, and we use risk adjustment models, again, developed by outside experts for many of the disease conditions we look at. And importantly, we can also observe readmissions, and we also see if the patient died within this 90-day window. The claims data only has information on payments, so to turn this into costs, we apply a methodology from prior work of my co-author John Romley, where we gather all of the cost reports in the country for every facility, and we match that up to the claims data at those facilities, and we use that information to transform payments into estimated costs. And then we need a couple of additional inputs to go into our estimates. And the first of those is an estimate of the quality adjusted life years. And we can think of this as being calculated based on an area, where the x-axis of this area is the years of life lived after the episode, and the y-axis is the quality of life for the patients, where 1 is a patient in perfect health, and 0 is the patient has died. So you can think of how this might work for the case of a heart attack patient. Suppose we see them and they survive their episode and they return home. Well, after that 90 days, we have an external prediction model that stays fixed, and then we would predict how many additional years of healthy life they would live, and so that would maybe 13 years in this example. And given their age, the quality of life we might assign is, say, 0.8. So we multiply those together to get our quality estimate. Now, if the patient dies, then the quality in that case is just going to be 0. If the patient survives and doesn't return home, then that's an indication that they're in a worse health state and their quality of life is likely lower. So our years of life estimate would be less. Say in this example, it would be 7.5, and there'd be a decrement for the quality of life. So we calculate these qualities for every patient in our sample. Now, it's really critical that we risk adjust all of our estimates. We want to remove any heterogeneity in severity in the patient population, so we can isolate the effect of only the time period in which they receive treatment on the key outcomes, on costs and their health outcomes. So we want to remove anything that's different about the patient, so we're only isolating the time period specific effects. And to do that, we run a regression model. It has lots of covariates. I'm not going to go through this table at all in detail. This is just showing you that the top of this table is all the covariates that enter flexibly into our risk adjustment model for each condition that we look at. Another key descriptive statistic is the trends in costs versus the payments. The x-axis here is the years, the y-axis is in thousands of dollars, where the red line is showing the average cost per episode in thousands of dollars, and the blue line is the average payment per episode. And we can see that these diverge by about 0.7% per year. This highlights the importance of actually measuring the underlying costs of the treatment and not just the payments. And now I'm going to get to the components that actually enter our productivity estimate. The one key component is the risk-adjusted survival. So along the x-axis is, I don't know what's going on with this. That's quite interesting, okay. Maybe I need, you have the timer here, it doesn't need to do this. All right, so we have the survival, which is showing the years, and the y-axis is showing the 90-day survival. And the gray bar that you see there appearing in 2015 is this major transition that occurred in the healthcare sector from a diagnostic coding system called ICD-9 to ICD-10. And what this means for our practical purposes in this paper is we can't look at the risk adjustment in exactly the same way before and after this threshold. And we actually lose a couple of conditions because some of the models we applied in the previous period we couldn't apply later. The key takeaway from this figure is that we see survival improving over time for all of the disease conditions. The one exception is in 2020 when COVID hits and we see mortality dip down for all the conditions. It pops back up except for the case of pneumonia. The other dimension of quality that we measure is whether patients return home. And this also is increasing for all of the conditions that we, all the conditions that we study. And then finally, we have the risk-adjusted costs. And what this figure is showing, we see costs rising. This is in thousands of dollars in 2021 dollars. We see costs rising for all of the disease conditions up until around 2009, and then there's a flattening in the costs at that point. And this exactly corresponds to the slowdown in healthcare spending in the broader economy. So what you see in these conditions for cost, at least, it matches what we see in the economy. And then finally, putting these numbers together, we can form a quality-adjusted cost index. We see it's falling over time for all our disease conditions. This means your patients are getting more per dollar resource put into their treatment. The inverse of this is our productivity estimate, which is rising for all of our conditions. The top three here are pneumonia in the red dotted line. We have hip and knee replacements in the gray dashed line, and heart attack treatments. We can aggregate over these conditions using expenditure share and chaining, and we find productivity growth of around 7.5% per year. This is sensitive to what value we put on health. If we put that value to be at just $50,000, then the productivity growth would be just 3.5% per year. And if we put it at a higher value, which arguably is closer to estimates in the literature, maybe we get around 11% productivity growth per year. One other key robustness check that's kind of in the weeds of the health literature is that there may be some concern of how severity is coded in the medical care system. In particular, how a patient who's marked severe today may have been marked, if that same patient was seen 20 years ago, may have been marked as less severe. And this could potentially affect our estimates. And this is called upcoding in the medical care literature. Thankfully, there's been some great research on this by Crespin et al. In 2024, where they actually put some estimates, some upper bounds on how much upcoding has occurred. And we can actually line this up with the disease conditions that we see in many cases and try to adjust for that. And even when we remove that potential issue, we still find productivity growth of 4.5% per year. So it's still quite substantial. So overall, this paper shows large productivity growth for the healthcare sector. The real contribution, though, is to be complementary to this broader literature trying to get at aggregate productivity growth. A key challenge in that literature has been, this causality in terms of connecting or attributing the medical care inputs to the health gains that we see. We're able to look at a small subset of conditions where it's a bit tighter connection just due to the timing of when we see the inputs and the subsequent outcomes. And we see for those conditions alone, it implies around a quarter percentage point productivity growth relative to our current official estimates. So, thank you.
Okay, we have David Cutler to discuss.
Fantastic. All right, thank you. So thank you to the organizers for choosing this paper and inviting me to discuss it. Thanks to the authors for actually a really terrific paper. So this is really both important and very difficult to do. So it's obviously when you're dealing with close to 20% of the economy, figuring out what's happening with productivity is incredibly important. And just like some of the things that Abe mentioned, like in a sentence, like, oh yeah, one has to deal with this, are like just massive challenges that one has to deal with. And so there's really an enormous amount of stuff here. What I want to do is do a couple of things. One is I want to talk very briefly about the methodological issues and a couple of the methodological points, which I think are done very well. But then I want to deal with some of the empirical issues. Not that and I'm going to say, I'll be critical because that's my job, but I don't want to be critical because, like, in the nature of being, I just want to point out like some of the hard stuff about dealing with this and with these sorts of issues. So here's the basic thing about productivity, which is that productivity rises or falls depending on what the value of the output is relative to the cost increase. And so basically think about sort of subtracting those two and you're roughly there. So what is the value of the quality adjusted life years that people will live, and then how much more are we paying for that? And that's the thing. In most industries, we assume spending is equal to cost, and one of the things they want to do here is say that's not necessarily the case. And it's actually not clear to me. I think the national accounts sort of use that assumption. That is, they don't make a discrepancy for if there's profits in an industry. They don't say, well, we're going to take out those profits. So I think they're treating medical care a little bit differently here and sort of thinking about it as social welfare here. But that's okay. But one of the really complex things here is that the people who are receiving the benefits are not necessarily the people who are paying the bills. And that's actually particularly important here because what they're doing is they're looking in Medicare, which is generally for the elderly folks who have paid in some but not as much as they're getting out over their lifetime. And so that's important here because the value of the survival, the personal value is likely greater than the social value because there's a big transfer going on. And so that I think they would want to discount that for the transfer, which is that everyone else is paying for folks to live longer, and that's good, they get the benefit of that, but you should subtract out the loss to other folks because we're paying for older people to live longer. And so partly, we finance it through taxation. Then there's potentially also heterogeneity by socioeconomic status, which is that higher income people tend to be living longer than lower income people. And so but even if all are paying equally, then you've got sort of average payment and not average benefits, and so that'll be an issue there. Okay, so here's how they sort of conceptually think about the model here. So they're sort of working with an acute condition, which is interesting because not all of their conditions are necessarily acute, but you have some acute events, so that's the start of the condition here. So the person shows up in the hospital with a particular thing. And then what we know very, very well is what happens to them in the first X days, call it 90 days of survival here. So, of life here. So, unfortunately, some people pass away. Some survive in good health and some survive in poor health. Okay, and they have various measures. They're not perfect, but they have various pretty good measures of good and poor health, whether you get readmitted to a hospital with a similar condition, whether a couple other things like that. And then what they don't know super well is what is the quality of life? What is quality adjusted life expectancy as you go out for someone? So that's really hard, but that's where a lot of this is here, because the typical person has maybe 7 or 10 years left to live, and so the first quarter, 0.25 years is not a big part of it. So how do you make up for that? And so what they're basically going to do is they're going to extrapolate from the short-term period to the long-term period. And again, I want to point out just some of the difficulties here. So there are two parts to the extrapolation. First is there's like did you survive the first period? So that sort of sets you up, of course, to live the remaining period. So, so that's an important part. But then the other part is how long are you going to live once you've survived that? And what they're actually doing here is, and I'll come back to it in just a second, they're sort of saying, well, if I observe that you were in worse health in those first 90 days, I'm going to assume that that translates into worse health over the next N years. And, but I'm worried they're overstating that. And I'll show you why I'm worried they're overstating that in just a little bit. Sorry, it's choosing to, I think someone poisoned it. So both of those are showing up here. Okay, so first a note about that. One is if the person survives the acute interval, technically what that does is that sets them up to then live the additional years. And they're counting the value of those additional years, but not necessarily the cost to society of keeping the person alive in those years, because you need medical care and whatever other transfers you're going to give. So I think for this particular group, for the social value in this particular group, you'd subtract out the costs of doing that. So for example, both the costs of that condition, like that condition will show up after 90 days because some of these are chronic and so they're going to show up, but also just the general cost, the general social cost of keeping someone alive. Now, so the $100,000 is probably, I think, overstated here. On the other hand, it's probably understated because we've been using the same value for quite a while and GDP has gone up. So the net is probably about that, but I'd love to see like a sort of more complete discussion of that there. For society as a whole, it's sort of about the same because we're all paying for it and stuff like that, but in this circumstance, they're dealing with a group that's not paying for it. Okay, so the issue I want to pick up on most is this issue about the long-term outcomes here. So kind of what they're doing is they're relating long-term outcomes to short-term outcomes. So they're saying, well, if I observe in the first quarter after you've had the event that it was not a very good quarter for you, I'm going to assume that after that your life is more difficult. And that's certainly true, but they're sort of extrapolating here from a cross-section into a time series. And that's where I just have questions that are popping up. So they're saying, well, so what does that mean? So I'm going to look at the average life expectancy of someone who had more difficulties in the first 90 days, and then look at some measure of long-term outcomes associated with that person. But then so that's okay, but then I'm going to say, okay, now as more people have fewer complications, I'm going to use that same number. And that's putting a ton of weight on the risk adjustment here, right, on all those other X's. Because in order to interpret that structurally, it has to be the case that I've got the full set of other X's. What am I worried about here? What I'm really worried is that there's something uncaptured like frailty. Like a person who's frail is going to do worse with an acute event. They're also going to die more. But over time, as more people survive, that's not because fewer people are frail. Survive the initial episode, that's not because fewer people are frail, that's just because we got better at keeping people alive. So there's this sort of missing element in there that they're overstating on, and that's kind of what I'm worried about here. So you can see this like in the pictures here. I looked at these pictures, these are just taken from the paper. I looked at these pictures and I said, okay, risk-adjusted survival is going up and so on, and that's great, and those were the 90-day survival rates, and these were the share of people who were going home with unplanned readmissions, and so all of that's great. But how much is that really telling me about what their life is going to be for the next 7 or 8 years? And are we missing or overstating a part because of that? So what I wanted, so I would love to complement this. So let me just take off my CRIW hat for a second and put on the sort of David Cutler is refereeing this for a journal kind of thing. What I'd love to see is some kind of like IV type estimate. Like, can I get an IV estimate of the impact of sort of poor outcomes in the first 30 days. Maybe I'll try hospital discharge propensities or something about the behavior on the supply side that's going to be independent of the individual X's here. And that would also be hopefully independent of all the risk adjustment issues associated with coding that Abe brought up that the paper deals with very well. So at minimum, like, it would be nice to sort of play around. I mean, the numbers were so big, the benefits were so big. I mean, okay, but you could just shut this margin off entirely and just say how much comes just from what's happening in the initial episode and so on, and give that a very lower bound estimate and just see where that comes out in this range here. I also want to note one other issue, which is that even here, so they're focusing a lot on the correct outcomes here, in terms of thinking about quality-adjusted life expectancy, but I'd actually love to see even more here about like the actual functioning of people. So here what they've got are indicators like, did you have to go back to the hospital and were you discharged home and so on. If you think about, like, for example, one of their conditions is someone shows up with a hip fracture, what you'd really like to know is what's their mobility like? And if someone had a heart attack, well, can they engage in their normal activities? We actually have surveys that ask about that. So again, trying to think about how to incorporate some of those actual measures of kind of functional status or symptoms and impairments, physical and cognitive functional status here. Okay, so the final thing I will just say here, because I'm just about out of time, the issue of the payments versus costs is really quite interesting. And there's a whole discussion here which I think could be enriched a lot, because there's kind of average and marginal costs. So for example, drugs, the paper note that drugs often sell at a high price and cost a low price to produce, and that's true, but the same is also true with doctors. Like the marginal cost of a doctor seeing you for 20 minutes is approximately zero, and the price is much higher than zero. So there's a lot of issues where that comes into play. And so thinking about whether you want the marginal cost or the average cost in there is actually really important. And I will just stop there, but just to reiterate how wonderful I think this is. So thank you.
Questions, comments?
I don't have a microphone, okay, so I'll just speak loudly. One question I have is it the case that
could it be the case that like there's some sort of secular trend going on for the patients on intake, like the people have been eating more healthy or something, and so that increases the success rate of these procedures in their quality adjusted years, and it looks like productivity improvements, but what's actually going on is just there's some sort of environmental change that's improving their health and has nothing to do with the medical care that they're receiving. The second question I have is that around the diagnosis redefinitions, there were a lot of level changes in the probability of readmissions, but in the productivity figures, they were just completely smooth. There were no breaks. And so was there some sort of like level adjustment done to kind of like control for the re-diagnosis effect when calculating the productivity figures?
Pass the mic down to sorry. There was a couple people over here. Put your hands down so you pass this. You want to jump in?
I got it. Okay. So on the longer term outcomes, I think you can get the Medicare data linked over time to see repeated hospitalizations. Otherwise, could you use the Medicare linked to the HRS, which is also available, to look at if they go back, repeated incidents of hospitalization or something like that? Or PSA, but the HRS would be saying, the sample would be larger for this population. Otherwise, I would say the PSA. Sorry.
Along the lines of what David was saying, we're paying for some of this for other people, but we're also getting a benefit, not to, a lot of ideas to make this more complicated, but like presumably if you survive and you have kids, they have a better life outcome, things like that. So there's things going the other direction as well. And the other question is about providers and how you're deflating that cost. Presumably there's intangible capital that you purchase when you go to med school, and that's producing a flow of services. How are we accounting for quality change there?
As a complete outsider to the literature, I'm just curious whether you can say something to what extent these conditions you select
collected, whether they are representative of the broader improvement in the quality of care, or the kind of productivity of care. Should I expect a bias if I were to extrapolate that to a broader set of outcomes or health conditions? Should I expect it to be biased in a particular direction? Do we have some contextual information on that?
Yeah, just in general, has there been a trend in the share of the population diagnosed with each of these conditions over time? And just like an anecdote from having a wife who just finished med school, my impression is that right now, is that her instructions right now are basically everyone is coded as 5 in terms of severity. That your job is to reverse engineer how you can document that they were a 5, not that you're supposed to code them between a 1 and a 5, depending on their severity.
I hesitate to make this remark because I came in late, but I just was taken by the instrumental variable comment that was made. Just 2 quick data suggestions, and it may not be relevant, but in the PPI, the quality adjusts hospital care by using adherence to protocols for heart attack, pneumonia, and other conditions, so you have a quality measure for hospital care. And then the other is, there is a source of data on can people walk, what are their sort of challenges of daily living, if there's access to data from PT.
This is a lot of questions, and John, you can help me if I'm missing something. I'm going to start with the easiest one first, which is, just for clarity, whether these were level changes or breaks. It was just, we're chaining over time when we do that. That's what gets rid of the breaks. And this kind of working backwards, so that the share and the trends in the diagnosis is exactly what we worked on. That was that last robustness check I showed you, that has been documented, this kind of, these prior works actually has a methodology for trying to pick out how much of that growth is just kind of this upcoding. That same severe patient would have been marked less severe in the past.
And I was understanding that was like coding them as like a severity of 3 for COPD instead of a severity of 5, but this is like.
No, it's trying to.
That's diagnosing with COPD.
Yeah, it's actually. No, this is actually taking the severity within a condition, if that makes sense. So it's exactly addressing, when I saw this paper that actually handled this, I was thrilled, because it's like, this is a big issue, and they're actually tackling it. And it matters more for some conditions than others. So pneumonia, there's more of this happening. For heart attacks, it's not so much, for example. In terms of deflators, that's an interesting question. Right now, we're actually applying an economy-wide deflator, which turned out to be very similar to the healthcare deflator over the period that we were looking. And we actually looked at the two. It wouldn't make much difference in our productivity estimates at all. And I think the quality change that used to be having an effect on the PPI, it hasn't had an effect for many years. And I think Brett Matsumoto has a paper showing kind of that difference. And whether these conditions are representative, I don't necessarily think they're representative. I think they would tend to be more innovation and more effects on the productivity for these particular conditions, because there's been a lot of innovations for heart attacks, for example. Let's see. So I think it's a great idea. There's lots of good ideas here, but a great idea to look at the long-term outcome over time, as David was suggesting, because right now we're kind of training this long-term prediction from the beginning of our sample. Maybe we could just go to the end of our sample and look out 5 years or something and see, are we seeing a trend? Is returning home, does it have the same effect on survival at that time as in the beginning of our sample? And that would help a bit. I think David has a lot of great points about this, using this data in the cross-section for home health for returning from home or unplanned readmissions. Can we really use that information going across different time periods? And so we need more checks, and maybe applying an IV is a great idea. really important for this work is even if we remove this idea of returning from home or this long-term prediction, and we only focus on the survival and we entirely ignore this other piece, we still get large productivity gains. So this adjustment was a measurements addition to try to do a little better, to be a little bit more precise, but for our core message of productivity gains, it wasn't really necessary. We still see large gains here. And there's lots of questions about how to count additional health costs going forward. We do have a robustness check that does look outside of this 90-day period to see how much additional expenditure may occur. We really see most of the spending drop after that 90 days, but we have alternative robustness checks that try to pick that up. But I think David's question was actually a bit deeper than that, about other generations paying for care. That's something to think about and how we could try to bring that discussion into the paper. John, is there anything else I should that I've missed? Steve?
You're doing a great job.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
There was one question about tracking. I think it's just a point of clarification, but we are tracking individuals, so we can. That's one of the advantages of the data.
Yeah, so we can do exactly what you're suggesting and something.
I still think there is a cross-sectional.
There is. This would help a little bit what we're saying, but that's right, and it's especially an issue for the non-mortality aspects of the estimates. Yeah, and then there was also one other question about other unobserved health trends in the population. Kind of a hope of looking at acute health conditions is that somewhat normalizes the health of the population. Now they have this very serious condition. They're in a state that's, in some sense, by the urgency is normalized. But that's always the question of risk adjustment. Is there something else out there that we need to think about? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, here's Mr. Meyer to talk about survey art.
Thank you for including our paper. This is joint work with Nicholas Mittag, Derek Wu, Pat Langeteague, and Anthony Tatarka. All the results I'm going to show you have been through census disclosure review. Surveys are indispensable for policy and research, and I'd argue most of what we know in social science comes from surveys. While administrative data are increasingly used, many types of information can only be learned from surveys. Private behaviors, time use, attitudes, opinions, and expectations are examples. Alas, surveys suffer from three main sources of error. Households are missed entirely by a survey, what we will generally call coverage error or unit non-response error. Respondents' answers to specific questions are missing. That's item non-response or imputation error, and responses can be inaccurate, leading to measurement error. While I'm often going to lapse into language that suggests that respondents are the problem here, it may be the interviewers or the design of the survey or an interaction. Current metrics of these errors have key shortcomings. First, they measure prevalence, not bias or inaccuracy, which is what we care about. They're not comparable across error sources. There is a literature in statistics and survey research, the total survey error approach, that provides a systematic list of potential error sources in the survey process, but it's largely a theoretical list without quantification. Our paper operationalizes this TSE framework by employing a unified approach to measure and decompose error, and we're going to do it for income sources and program receipt. I want you to think of our approach as anatomy rather than a diagnosis. So we're going to document where the survey goes wrong. We're not going to answer what is the underlying cause of the disease, whether it's stigma or it's lack of cooperation or it's the interviewer. We're going to point out that it's a heart attack. We're not going to say whether it's diet or lack of exercise. We have a companion paper, What Leads to Measurement Error, that talks about things like stigma, salience, recall bias, and proxy response. It's a small-scale analysis, but with a lot of sites. We're going to use the current population survey. It's the most used, probably most validated, longest-running government labor market survey going back 85 years. It's the source of many official statistics: income, unemployment, health insurance coverage, and poverty. Many of those stats come from an annual supplement, the ASEC, that goes back 65 years. Here in orange, you can see the non-response rate to the basic monthly CPS. In blue, it's the response to the supplement where most of our data come from, and that's a rate conditional on responding to the monthly. You see that both have gone up over time. The basic monthly non-response to that is corrected for by weighting. The supplement, that is corrected for through imputation. There's also item imputation if someone responds but doesn't provide an answer to a specific question. And here for the income sources and programs we look at, we're showing the item imputation rates. You can see that they're variable, but mostly have gone up over time. And then our last main source of error, measurement error. Here for our 10 income sources and programs, we're reporting false negative and false positive rates. And you can see that for 6 of the 10 sources, the false negative rate, the rate of true recipients not reporting, is 40% or more. The false positive rates are much lower, but they're for a big base of true negatives. What we're going to do is we're going to use aggregate and individual linked administrative records. That's really the key. That allows us to validate, and that's really what allows us to do what we're going to do. We're going to decompose the bias and absolute error into 4 parts: coverage error, supplement and item non-response error, and measurement error. And we're going to further decompose these last 3 components into false negatives, false positives, and errors in amounts. This extends a very small scale proof of concept we did a while back that is much less ambitious in many dimensions. Here we're going to examine receipt of 10 income sources or programs, and then dollar amounts whenever it's possible. In 2017, that'll give us 18 variables in that year. And then we're going to look at 4 sources of income or programs in 1996, 3 of which we can look at amounts for, giving us 7 variables. It'll allow us to directly assess bias and absolute error in these measures that have been the subject of many studies. Our linked data provide a measure of truth with definitions and timing that match closely the survey in most cases, and we'll note at least in the paper, where the administrative data are incomplete, and Catherine has generously shared her slides with me, and I know she does a really good job at this, so I'm going to move on. Our key findings, well, we provide the most comprehensive analysis to date of error in a single survey. Across nearly all income sources, dollars and receipt are understated. Misreporting by respondents, which is measurement error, is by far the largest component, contrary to conventional focus on non-response, and supplement and item non-respondents cause consistently negative bias and add substantially to noise in the survey. The trend in net error bias is not uniform. The supplement and item non-response are increasing over time. Measurement error, in some cases, goes up, others down. Absolute error, though, increases clearly over time. The results, would argue, suggest that other variables that are often less concrete, such as subjective expectations and opinions, are more complex, like distributions or event histories that are also asked in surveys, likely suffer from similar or more error. We just typically don't have the validation data to examine them. So, as I said, we use the CPS. We rely on administrative data from 5 federal agencies in 5 states. A huge amount of the work is putting those data together. Our unit of analysis is going to be the level at which an income source is reported in the survey. We're going to link data using picks. Think of scrambled Social Security numbers, and we're going to re-weight to adjust for non-picking. We have very high pick rates, a little under 90% at the individual level, a little above 90% at the household level, and the re-weighted means match full sample means very closely. We're going to additively decompose our measures of total survey error into 4 components. It's an exact decomposition. The first part is generalized coverage error, which includes coverage error, first level unit non-response, and weighting error. It's a residual, and it's the one that is subject to the most error and involves the most work, really. And then there's supplement non-response error, item non-response error, and measurement error. The coverage error, let me go through what it is. It's probably the hardest to understand. It's the difference between what the survey would estimate if everyone designated to be surveyed reported their administrative value, minus what the survey should estimate. And here we've adjusted for intended coverage of the survey, so we're want to treat the survey fairly, and it doesn't try and capture the institutionalized, those retired to Mexico or who have died. The other error sources are more clear. We're going to divide those last 3 error sources into false negatives, false positives, and errors in amounts among those who are true reporting recipients. We're going to then go from looking at net error, which is bias, to look at absolute error. And here, what that is, it's a measure of inaccuracy. Specifically, it's what share of recipients or dollars would need to be changed to remove all error in the survey variable. And it provides a more comprehensive assessment of data accuracy and suggests likely bias in multivariate analyses like regression. In this figure, we're reporting total survey error in recipiency rates. You'll see that these are the proportional biases. So the biases run from about minus 10% to minus 50%, and you can see that the biases are increasing over time generally, which means a bigger negative number, more underreporting of recipiency. We do the same thing for mean dollars, and here the numbers run mostly from about minus 10% to minus 60%, generally increasing. The most notable exception is SSI, which is a special case. There's program confusion there. People are reporting that they're receiving SSI when they're actually receiving disability insurance, and the disability insurance amounts are bigger than typical SSI amounts, so it overwhelms the series and you get over-reporting of average dollars. Now moving to the anatomy part of the title, we're actually going to take apart the survey, and I'm going to start with pensions and go through pensions and then move on to all 10 sources, but let me take you through one first. So what this figure shows in the left column is the bias in recipients, which you can see on the x-axis is about 46%, and then in the right column it's bias in dollars, which is about 44%. In blue is the part due to coverage error, which works in the other direction. In red, that's supplement non-response error. In green, item non-response error, and then in yellow, the by far biggest component is measurement error. You can then see this same thing for recipients in dollars for our 10 sources. You'll see that most of the story is the yellow, which is measurement error. Coverage error in blue is substantial in a few cases at DI, SNAP, SSI. And it tends to be more important for recipients than amounts because it tends to be the mobile people who are just getting a few months of benefits from the program who don't get covered in the survey. At least that's what we've found when we've more carefully looked at coverage of SNAP. We then decompose the last three components of measurement error into, or of error, into false positives, false negatives, and amounts for true reporters. And I'm showing you first that for pensions, and you can see that most of the story is false negatives, true recipients not reporting receipt. Here, in the case of measurement error, a substantial part is errors in amounts for true reporters, but that's not the typical pattern. It's usually less important. important, as you can see here, where green is the main story. There's not a lot of errors in amounts. Conditional amounts seem to be reported pretty well. You do see a lot of red in the case of SSI and measurement error, and that's the false positives, which are counterbalanced by a lot of false negatives for disability insurance. They're the same people. We then look at absolute error, which is often close to 100% of individuals or dollars needing to be changed to correct all errors. Measurement error remains the largest component. However, non-response error, both item and unit, are much larger for absolute error. Non-respondents with their imputations inherit bias from under-reporting from responders. They add substantial noise by frequently assigning receipt to the wrong people. How do things change over time? There's ambiguous time trend that stems from differences in measurement error changes. Some income sources it goes up, others down. Supplement and item non-respondent error, though unambiguously increases. Absolute error increases. Surveys have become much more noisy. Accuracy decreases even when bias goes down. Key lessons for survey users. The dominant problem is that surveys miss a lot of recipients and dollars. Receipt rates, incomes, et cetera, are then understated and should be adjusted upwards. Suggests imputing additional recipients to improve survey data. Per observation, non-respondents cause similar or more bias than respondents and add a lot of noise. Points towards reweighting respondents and excluding non-respondents. Amounts tend to be about right on average. Failure to report receipt by recipients is by far the biggest source of bias. That suggests that survey producers should consider pushing to get reporting rates among respondents higher to improve accuracy. It suggests that imputing responses to supplement non-response introduces a lot of bias and noise, and suggests that we should weight adjust in more cases. Item non-response adds both noise and bias, suggests there's a lot of room for improving imputations. Last slide. Key findings across nearly all income sources, dollars and recipients are understated in the survey. Misreporting by respondents in the form of measurement errors, the dominant error component driven by false negatives, with errors and amounts much less troublesome. Supplement and item non-respondents inherit and slightly amplify the negative bias of reports and add a lot of noise. And survey variables are getting noisier over time. That our results likely extrapolate to other variables that we can't directly validate should worry survey users. Thanks.
Okay, Catherine Abraham will discuss.
Super. Thank you for inviting me to discuss this really interesting paper. I want to do three things. Summarize what I took away from the paper, which is very similar to the summary Bruce just gave you. talk a little bit about extending this approach to other domains and a little bit about generalizing the paper's findings to other domains. So what I took away from the paper is, in terms of key takeaways, is first off that for the outcomes that are studied, and I've listed them here just for reference, that there's significant understatement of receipt rates for these benefits, significant understatement of dollars received. The dominant source of error is, as Bruce described, misreporting by survey respondents, not coverage error, not unit non-response error, not item non-response error. For the dollar, the respondents underreport getting the benefits, and for the dollar amounts, the main reason for the downward bias is that people just don't report getting the benefits. Non-respondents contribute disproportionately to absolute error, to noise in the data. And finally, for many of these types, the types of income that could be examined both in 1996 and 2017, both net error and absolute error grew over the period. I think as the paper discusses, these results have some important implications for practice, and the paper talks about two that resonated with me. One is that for data users, especially if you're doing microdata analysis, given all the noise in the imputations for the non-respondents, you're probably better not using the data for the non-respondents and weighting up the data for the respondents. I think that's pretty consistent with what's become the standard practice for using CPS ASEC data, but this sort of reinforces that conclusion. In terms of implications for statistical agencies, I think these findings that suggest that at least in these domains, that improving survey measurements would do more to reduce bias than improving response rates. There's different ways that you could go about that. You could think about how you ask the survey questions, which is something that survey methodologists, of course, have thought a lot about. Or you could do it by bringing in more administrative data to replace some of the survey estimates. It's not I wanted to make one side comment. It's not really surprising that non-respondents contribute more to absolute error than to net error, and that they're a significant piece of absolute error. I mean, think about a counterfactual where we didn't have to worry about respondents reporting inaccurately. And so suppose all of the respondents reported exactly accurately, and that 10% of people in a given group get a certain benefit. Well, what are you doing with the non-respondents? Essentially, what imputation methods boil down to is you identify a set of people with given characteristics, and then you randomly impute to them based on what you know from the respondents with the same characteristics. A statistician would be horrified at my description of these procedures, but that's basically what you're doing. So 10% of the people in this group who responded got the benefit. So among the non-respondents, you're going to impute 10% of them getting the benefit. Well, in 90% of the cases for the people who really got it, you're going to be wrong. So you're going to get false negatives. And that's going to be, if you have a 10% rate, about 9% of all respondents, the non-respondents. And then among the 90% of the respondents who didn't get the benefit, you're going to impute that they did to 10% of them. So on average, if the respondents were reporting correctly and the non-respondents look like the respondents, those are going to offset in terms of bias, but you're going to get a lot of noise, and it's pretty much just unavoidable. The problem would be even worse if the receipt rate were higher. It maxes out at 50%. So that's just a side comment. One thing that I did worry about, and Bruce and I had a little back and forth about this, was whether there's an issue for this analysis that you're missing picks. What they're doing essentially is saying, we have a sample of people who responded to the CPS ASEC, and for the ones that we can assign a pick to, we can match them to administrative data, and for the others, we just don't know what the administrative data would say. So we're going to weight up the ones that we have picks for and draw our conclusions based on that, which seems reasonable. The pick rates recently have been pretty high, close to 90%. Prior to 2006, when the Census Bureau was using an opt-in rather than an opt-out approach to agreeing to have your data linked, the pick rate was lower, but recently it's been pretty high. So the question is, if you weight up the picked respondents, is that going to represent the whole sample well? And I think the answer is that it probably does. One thing that the paper does is it compares the totals that you get on things when you weight up the picked respondents to the totals for the whole sample in the survey respondents, and they look very, very close. So I think that's probably not a big issue. So then the question in my mind is, can we extend this approach to other domains? And I think in many ways, looking at these program receipt outcomes is a best case scenario for being able to do a TSE decomposition. We know that administrative data are often noisy, they're incomplete. That's not a huge issue for these outcomes. We have relatively comprehensive records for the outcomes that the paper is looking at. And I'm really convinced that you can do better by incorporating the administrative data as opposed to relying on the survey responses. But even there were significant challenges. You don't have SSI data for everyone because some of the programs are state administered. You had to allocate OASDI and SSI paid to children to the household. You didn't have SNAP data for most states. The housing records, assistance records weren't complete. So even here, it was tricky. But think about trying to extend this to other domains. In order to do what the paper is describing, you need to have administrative data that are a good measure of truth with timing and definitions that match the survey responses. You need to have a good understanding of the survey design so that you know which populations you wanted what the population you wanted to include was. You need to be able to assess whether the administrative records are complete and adjust their coverage as needed to match that of the survey population. And you need to be able to link the two sets of data. The paper mentions some other domains where record linkage can in principle supply measures of truth. Health, justice, some other things. We were just talking about the health data and some of the issues with looking at the administrative health data. We have good data for the Medicare population, but not necessarily for other populations. There's the upcoding issue we were talking about. And with all of these domains, you can think about issues in coverage, issues in measurement, issues in being able to link the data. So I guess I'm convinced that these administrative data have a lot of value for improving official statistics. What I'm less convinced of that this decomposition exercise is really going to be feasible outside of the income domain. The concepts can differ. The data don't necessarily cover the full population. Linkage may be an issue. Which brings me to the last thing that I wanted to say just a bit about, which is what should we think about the generalizability of these findings? There's a paragraph in the paper that I won't read to you, but that suggests that there's a lot of lessons to be learned from looking at these results about error in other domains. And I think to some extent that's true, but I would be leery about pushing that claim too far. There's a large body of research by survey methodologists on survey errors, errors of representation, errors of measurement. This paper concludes that the biggest source of bias in estimates is measurement error. What should we think about how generalizable that is to other domains? It depends, I think, on why that measurement error is occurring and whether the same forces are going to be in effect elsewhere. Is it because of comprehension problems? Is it because of recall difficulty? Is it because people don't want to report that they got SNAP benefits? Or is it something else? I think there's, in my mind, there's reasons to think that reporting on these income sources may be particularly difficult. People may not understand the questions. These programs may have different names in different states. There's the confusion Bruce noted between OASI and SSI, or your disability and SSI. Respondents may not understand what you mean by pension income. If I take money out of my 403B, that's pension income, but I might not understand that. Many of the recipients of these benefits are less educated and older. There is evidence that less educated and older respondents report less accurately. So comprehension's an issue. Recall may be an issue for benefits that are received for a period and then not. You may be asking people about benefits that they last got 15 months ago. People get information returns for some of these, but not all of them. And then there is the question of stigma. So I think in terms of trying to think through how generalizable these results are, you'd want to know more about why this bias is occurring. Let me stop, I'm over time. I do want to say that I think that this line of research that Bruce has been pursuing has made fundamental contributions to the way that we think about survey data. I have some reservations about how far we can push this, but I do think this is great work, and I compliment Bruce and his co-authors on it. Let me stop.
So two questions. One, are some of these measurement errors correlated? So people who get snapped with Medicaid or Medicaid, and if they're correlated, does that affect your total survey area estimate? And the other one is a bigger question. So given what Catherine said, given what you said, what do you see as the future? Given that 40% of income in CPS has already been imputed, should we just stop asking these questions and just use admin data to replace and impute? I just don't know. Or do you think the survey can be fixed? I don't know if the survey can be fixed. I just don't know what the next step is.
Just go down this side.
Thanks. Another great paper. So you showed, I think, that a lot of the problem has to do with the extension margin on reporting. And you talked about design, trying to address that. But I think there's been a lot of work to do that. And so I might be wrong about this, but I had an idea that CPS switched to dual pass to try to avoid motivated underreporting. And I'm not sure if that's true, and if it was, whether it happened in your window and you can see it. And if it's not in your window, whether you could go farther to see if it had an effect. And similarly, like Understanding Society adopted dependent interviewing exactly to address some of these problems. And so I was wondering if you an extension to your work, if you think about use this as a way to evaluate change in study design.
Thanks. I want to second what people have said. Bruce, this is great. And I with Catherine, I think it points towards using more administrative data. And I think part of the lessons drawn from this need to be sort of where are we going to put our resources. It's not, you're taking sort of the surveys given, the admin data is given, but a lot of resources are put into both. And I don't know, at least to my eye, this suggests putting less into the survey but diverting that to getting better administrative data, which actually might require some harmonization and across states, for example. So I think that points to that. My second point is I'm a little less sanguine on the sort of item not or unit non-response not being important. It's not important for the means, but it might be important for a lot of other things, including heterogeneity. And I think you have the data. It's following up on what David Johnson said. Run some regressions. I mean, are people missing at random? That would really be important to know based on what you observe. Similarly, I'd like to see measurement error analysis. Just the first regression I would run is the measurement error on the levels to see whether it's classical measurement error or rational expectations error, some response, an item by item. And David raised the question of correlated response. So I think a lot of these things could be done with the data set you've already collected.
It is just to raise
This is very interesting and very fundamental for the ones who are working with not only administrative data, but financial transactions and so on. The problem is that we use surveys to cross-validate our statistics. If you are telling me that they are flawed, the surveys, not only the surveys, it's as the consumer surveys, we have a fundamental problem if we want to advance with these new technologies, because we are cross-validating things with something which is, we are not very clear that they are accurate.
Thank you. So I have a quick question about measuring unemployment rate based on the CPS, which is not directly related this presentation. But perhaps unemployment rate is the most popular statistics coming out of the CPS. But it requires the concept of the active job search, which is quite subjective concept. And I was wondering whether you have some thoughts about the cross validation of this active job search.
Yeah, a couple of comments. One was in the unit non-response with the rising unit non-response. Well, I'm not sure how to turn this thing on. The types of people that are being missed out are increasingly heterogeneous, and we're missing parts of the population that we'd like to have. Secondly, I think there's still a lot of room for better survey design, and I'll give an example of this. In about 1998 in the HRS, we linked up the question on income and income from assets to the question on assets. The questioning went, do you have any checking and savings? If yes, do you get any income from that? And the income we got, and similar for stocks and so on, the income we got from capital holdings jumped by about 50%, or almost doubled, just making that connection, because of exactly what you're talking about, false negatives. Once they said, yeah, we've got checking and savings, then they reported some income from that. Now, you may not be able to do that in a survey where you're not asking about assets, but it may be worth thinking about a couple of key assets to ask about, just so you can get that kind of thing. And then the last, of course, is imputation and longitudinal data, which helps really a lot. HRS had a long history of that going back to Dan Hill, and you could do something in that, and that's a big improvement also.
There's some folks in the back too.
I'm wondering if it might be fair to think of this not as just all these things where surveys are going wrong, but think of it as, here are the problems that the survey methodologists have solved, and so what you have left is what they haven't solved. So if imputations are reducing error, well, give some credit to the people who put those in.
I love this comment. It's so valuable. My question was regarding self-employment, because I know that Bruce's focus tends to be on poverty measurement, and these sources at the bottom are extremely important for that. But we do a lot of things in the CPS by income for various people's exercises, and so even if we have made a lot of strides in filling in Medicaid and SSI and all of that, if we're still measuring things fundamentally by income, I think self-employment is one of the areas where we have the most error, and I was wondering if you thought about how those things might interact.
Okay, so we're at the break, but Bruce. Feel free to respond. Take a short break. 30 seconds. What do you want to say?
So let me start with David. On the correlation of errors, we are currently looking at an 11 by 10 matrix of the correlations, and that's the next paper. I think in terms of the future, I think we should stop asking a lot of the income questions, allow the surveys to focus on other questions and try and do those things well, use admin data for most income sources. Tom's question, we talk a little bit actually about in the paper about using this approach to evaluate changes in the survey, because you might think of survey changes like a balloon. If you try and increase response, you might increase measurement error at the same time. So I think that you kind of want to use this tool to evaluate changes. Recently, the ACS changed how they ask about pensions. I forget if the CPS did. I think it made things worse, is my casual impression. Dependent interviewing, good idea. Matt, yes, we should use this to figure out where to put resources. I agree that unit non-response, and I guess Mike said this too, it's a big deal, and for certain groups, it's a real problem. We find that really, what looks like really mobile people are very often missed in the census surveys. Measurement error, Matt, is distinctly non-classical. We have some papers that focus on that. Unemployment, huge problems. That's kind of paper for September CRIW meeting. There are huge problems with the reporting of unemployment, we believe. I am actually floored by the results we're seeing, with more than half of people who are receiving unemployment insurance saying they're never unemployed. I think that's it.
On back at 240. Hey, Bruce. Once you had 40 questions under your belt, I wasn't going to ask. I was wondering, is there an example of, like, you know, who did SAQs, where they had earphones, they do them in person? It seemed like at least one piece, the stigma effect. Somebody has the microphone that goes here, would you pass it down?
You just need to go next.
Okay, first up we have Yi Juan talking about artificial intelligence and labor market reallocation.
Okay, thanks for including our paper in the program. The title is AI and Labor Market Reallocation. And this is a joint work with my colleague at the board, Nick Carollo, and the user disclaimer applies. So our focus is large language models' effects on labor market reallocation and its functioning. So for that, we construct the unemployment rate, labor force flows, market tightness, and various other labor market outcomes of workers with a different AI exposure and adoption. So we then assess reallocation pressure arising from large language models and its effect on structural unemployment. So we essentially want to nowcast large language models' effect on the natural rate, and we want to understand what has happened and where we stand, based on two approaches. One is a theoretical one by extending Jungmann-Roberts model of structural unemployment, and the other one is a statistical one, by combining Bayesian trans-cycle decomposition and flows model of unemployment, to recover the natural rate of a different, group of workers. So we find evidence for weakened hiring for the AI-exposed workers and increased reallocation pressure. So unemployment rate rose higher, among the, high exposed workers with high AI exposure and with a job of high AI adoption than others, because their job finding rate and job switch rate declined persistently and more than others. But their activity switch rate among these high exposure workers picked up more, suggesting increased task reorganization. And we also found the dispersion in the individual level job finding propensity, widened, due to these factors related to AI, suggesting increased reallocation pressure. So all told, large language models likely raise the natural rate by a little less than 2 percentage points, though this estimate is subject to uncertainty. So the contribution of this paper is to construct the labor force flows by AI exposure and adoption, along with other labor market outcomes data to assess large language models' effects on the aggregate labor market and its functioning. So colleagues in this room, have contributed to the literature and also online contributed to the literature. So we have the extensive literature review to honor in our colleagues' work. If you don't see your paper, please let us know. So here's a plan of our talk. Let me start with the data and measurement. So the quick overview of the measurement. So we use the existing AI exposure measure compiled based on OpenAI, and then we construct AI adoption measure based on Lightcast job postings data. So we assign these AI exposure and adoption measures to individuals in CPS to construct the stocks and flows and other labor market outcomes data, and we focus on unemployment, these two states only this time, because now the bulk of non-participants, don't have the occupation, or industry data that is needed to match with these AI intensity measures. And the sample is from 2012 and onward to the most recent months. We also assign these AI exposure and adoption measures to job vacancy data from JOLTS, after constructing occupation level vacancy data based on Lightcast data, okay? We also construct the unemployment by occupation so we can, recover the market tightness by AI exposure and adoption as well. So let me talk a little bit more about these two measures. So AI exposure captures AI's feasibility of, performing the human task. And we use Elon-Du's, measure compiled based on OpenAI that captures the fraction of the ONET tasks that are reducible by large language models. And this measure, vary by occupation and hence capture the characteristics of, the worker side. So this measure captures, we think the supply side of the AI effects. However, AI adoption captures actual labor demand, for AI integrated roles, for production. So we measured that adoption with the Lightcast job postings data, with the share of job postings that mentions AI or ML, skill tags, given the, job postings at the 8-digit occupation level in the Lightcast data. And this measure vary by occupation and over time, and we aggregate this measure, to the industry level, to capture the employer side, demand side characteristics, and let it over time, to match you with the CPS microdata. And for market tightness, we just reserved the occupation level variation because JOLTS had the broad industry categories. Of course, this measure, has a measurement issues. It's a well-known measurement issues. So
to check the reliability of this measure, we look at the correlation of this measure with the census, business trend and outlook surveys, adoption measure at the 3G and next industry level, and they are positive and significantly correlated, which is reassuring. So to effectively reveal large language models' heterogeneous effects, we consider 4 categories of AI exposure. So 0 to 25%, and 25 to 50, and 50 to 75%, and 75 to 100%. Okay? And second, we also consider the joint intensity, by interacting this AI exposure and AI adoption. So we interact, above and below mean AI exposure, with above and below mean AI adoption, so that we can consider both supply and demand side of the AI intensity. Okay, so let me give you some example occupations, by AI exposure. So top exposure group, about 5% of the labor force, includes software developers and computer programmers. In the low exposure group, 1/3 of the labor force includes janitors and cooks. In mid-high group, the light blue, 20% of the labor force includes secretaries and officer clerks. And mid-low group, about 40% of the labor force includes sales workers and teachers. So here are example occupations in the joint categorization by AI exposure and adoption. So high exposure and high adoption group, 1/4 of the labor force, includes software developers in computer service industries, lawyer and judges in legal service industries. So low exposure and low adoption workers in the gray box, 40% of the labor force, includes laborers in the construction industry and cooks and eating and drinking places industry. So let's take a look at the off-diagonal elements. High exposure and low adoption group, 1/4 of the labor force, includes managers in construction industry, food service managers in eating and drinking places. So occupation has high exposure, but the industry have low adoption. So the low exposure and high adoption, 6% of the labor force include assemblers and fabricators in motor vehicles and service industry, and counselors and college and university. So occupation has low exposure, but these are the industry that has high AI adoption. So the last step of the measurement is imputing, missing AI scores for CPS microdata. So we just, learned something about the problem of imputation in the CPS. So it continues. So in the CPS, employed individuals, report their industry and occupation. Unemployed individuals, they report their previous industry and occupation. So in the CPS, so when we attempt to match these AI intensity measures with the CPS microdata, about 10% of the unemployed individuals don't have, previous industry and occupation information. Or, some of them report the military occupation as their previous occupation, which lacks, AI intensity measures. So for these people, we do the step-by-step imputation. Step 1, we assign lagged AI scores, if the person was employed in the previous month. Still missing, we go to step 2. So we assign the mean AI scores of the consecutive rotation segment, okay? Still missing, we go to step 3. So we assign the average, AI scores across all rotation groups. So essentially, we use the average AI scores in the second segment, of the rotation to impute the first segment, or vice versa, okay? Still missing, we go to step 4. So we assign the mean scores of workers who have the same demographic characteristic, education attainment, and who only worked one employment spell, because workers, who reach step 4, they tend to have the really weak job attachment, so we wanted to, reflect that aspect as well. So our baseline, we use the step 3 imputation and excluding the individuals with the missing AI scores. Of course, we do the robustness with the step 4 imputation. So, now let's enjoy the result. So you're looking at the unemployment rate by AI exposure in the 12 months moving average. Y-axis is a percent and x-axis is a time. And the vertical line is the November 2022 when the months of the AI LLM's introduction. So the blue dashed line on top is the unemployment rate of the lowest exposure group. And the yellow line is the unemployment rate of the top exposure group. Okay? So the top exposures group unemployment rate rose by 1.4 percentage point, whereas the lowest exposure group's unemployment rate rose by 0.4 percentage point. Note that lowest unemployment rate groups, unemployment rate is most cyclically sensitive, whereas the top exposure groups, unemployment rate is the least cyclically sensitive. And mid-high groups, unemployment rate rose by 0.6 percentage point, and the mid-low groups, unemployment rate rose by 0.4 percentage point. So this suggests that the top exposure groups' rise in unemployment rate actually tend to likely reflect more than cyclical weakening, hence likely captures the effects of the large language models. And we see more dramatic disparities in the job finding margin. So y-axis is a percent and x-axis is the time. Again, yellow line is the job finding rate of the top exposure group, and the black dashed line is the the job finding rate of the mid-high group, and the dashed line over top is the lower exposure group. So we see that this steady decline of the job finding rate of the top exposure group, and which stayed even lower than the mid-high group and the other groups. Especially the lower exposure group, their job finding rate declined a little and they recovered. Hence, you can see that there has been some persistent dispersion in the job finding margin. But in panel B, there is not much going on in the separation margin. That is a transition from employment to unemployment. So if you take a look at the yellow line, you see that the separation rate edged up a little among top exposure group, but the difference is not that noticeable relative to the differences seen in the UE rate. You see similar patterns in the job switch rate. Again, yellow line is the top exposure groups job switch rate. And before the LLM's introduction, the yellow line, the top exposure groups job switch rate was at the same level with mid-high or mid-low group. But top exposure groups job switch rate declined much more and steadily, and you see that there has been also been dispersion along that margin as well. However, activity switch rate, which is the rate of the activity switch given the same job, picked up noticeably among the top exposure group, which is the yellow line, which suggests that among this top exposure group, there has been increased task reorganization, as a response of kind of internal reallocation. So now let's take a look at what happens if you take a look at the joint categorization. Okay? So panel A shows the unemployment rate of the yellow line is the unemployment rate of the high exposure and high adoption group, and the black dashed line is the unemployment rate of the high exposure and low adoption group, okay? You see that this higher adoption, pushed up the unemployment rate more, So the high exposure, high adoption group's unemployment rate rose by a little less than 1 percentage point, and the high exposure and low adoption group's unemployment rate rose by 0.4 percentage point. And these top lines, the blue dashed line captures low exposure and low adoption, and their unemployment rate is cyclically sensitive, and their unemployment rate rose by 0.4 percentage point, since the introduction of the large language model. Again, the main margin of the adjustment was the UE rate, job finding rate. As you can see from the steady decline in the job finding rate of the top exposure group. And it's interesting that the black dashed line is job finding rate of the high exposure and low adoption. That job finding rate declined a little, but stayed, elevated. You can actually see that the gap is actually, has increased over time. So we have other evidence. In the interest of time, let me just, go over two. Okay. So market tightness. If you take a look at high exposure groups market tightness, it has stayed below the pre-COVID level, since 2023. Okay. However, low exposure groups market tightness has been at or a little above the pre-COVID level, which again signals weakness in the market tightness among these workers. And this pattern is pronounced among high exposure and high adoption group as well. And secondly, we look at the effects of this AI exposure and adoption on hours worked and wage growth, controlling for the individual characteristics and other time fixed effect and sector level controls. And these AI factors, exposure and adoption, tend to raise hours worked and wage inflation, but this upside effect attenuated since 2023, again consistent with this weakened demand or hiring for high exposure workers and also increased task reorganization among them. So we kind of, take this evidence as suggesting that buildup of reallocation pressure and examine whether, it has been, reflected on the disparities of job finding rates at the individual level. So we want to explore implications for structural unemployment. So we adopt two approaches, to assess large language models' influence on the natural rate of unemployment. So one is a theoretical approach. So we use Jangman-Roper's model of structural unemployment, and then Jangman-Roper relates structural unemployment rate and describe that as a function of the mismatch between job seekers and vacancies. So essentially, the reallocation fraction is the component that constitutes and changes structural unemployment. So what we do in this paper is that we extend, Jangman-Roper's model in a way that links the dispersion in the individual level job finding propensity and structural unemployment so that we can estimate the large language model's effects on the dispersion of the hireability and hence structural unemployment, controlling for the sectoral and aggregate economic conditions. And the second approach is a statistical one. So we also want to capture, the durable large language model's effects, controlling for pre-LLM trends and cycles of different groups. So let me start with this extended Jangman-Roper model. So after doing some derivation, SUT, the structural unemployment, is expressed into the function of the cross-sectional dispersion standard deviation of the FIT, which is individual level job finding probability. And UT is aggregate unemployment rate, and FT is aggregate job finding rate, and alpha is the matching elasticities to vacancies, okay? So what we want to achieve from this exercise is to estimate the structural unemployment, and keep track of the structural unemployment with this full stand cross-sectional dispersion with AI factors and the cross-sectional dispersion without AI factors, such that we can estimate the effect of the AI factors and on the changes in structural unemployment. Okay, so essentially we want to see how much the extent to which the AI exposure and adoption predict changes in structural unemployment. So that's the econometrics exercise. Okay. So here, one empirical challenge is how we estimate the individual level job finding probability, given that in the CPS, we only observe a few UE transitions and maximum, okay? So to tackle, that problem, we estimate the, linear probability model. Okay, so the dependent variable is the UE transition among unemployed individuals, and then if a person makes a UU or UN transitions, the dependent variable takes the value 0. And for that, we consider as a regressor, we consider AI exposure and adoption squared, and exposure varies across occupation, and adoption varies across industry and time, and market timeliness, varies across occupation and time. And we include time fixed effects and also worker characteristics, including demographics and education, okay? And then we recover the fitted value of this linear probability model and then call that as a hireability, individual hireability score, okay? And we also estimate the AI purged one, which is the fitted value of this, hireability score, removing AI exposure and adoption terms. So panel A, shows the hireability index by AI exposure. The top line is the hireability index of the lowest exposure group, and the yellow line, bottom, is the hireability index of the top exposure group. You see that there has been decline in the hireability of the top exposure group. That is essentially driven by increased AI adoption concentrated among these higher exposed workers. So there's some sorting going on between exposure and adoption, and that this increased dispersion is essentially translated into what you see in panel B. That is cross-sectional dispersion in the individual level hireability with the AI factors, which is the blue line, and the cross-section dispersion of the hireability without the AI factors, that is the red dashed line, okay? So before pre-LLM, the gap between the two standard deviation was about 0.5 percentage point. And after LLM, the gap increased, and that gap widened to 1.3 percentage point. So 0.8 percentage point increase happened because of factors that can be predicted by AI factors and after the introduction of the large language model, okay? Okay. So now the question is, how does this translate into changes in the structural unemployment? So this is the formula that we derived from the extended Jungmann-Roper condition. So we just estimated, the portion that is in the parentheses. And the change is between, November 2022 and the most recent months. So assuming 4% of the unemployment rate and 30% the job finding rate, and the matching elasticity to vacancy of 0.3, which is a standard treatment, then our model suggests that structural unemployment rate likely has increased because of this increased dispersion predicted by AI factors by about 0.14 percentage point. Okay, so if we assume the flatter Beveridge curve, it's going to be 0.1 percentage point. So as a robustness checks, we look at the time series evidence. So to estimate the natural rate at the group level in the joint categorization, in the categories, we estimate the trend U star of the 4 groups interacted by the exposure and adoption. So the trend U star, the concept is the UGT star, and G is the index for these 4 groups. Is the unemployment rate, steady state approximated unemployment rate composed only of the trend components of the EU rate and UE rate, job finding rate. And we estimate this trend, based on Bayesian trend-cycle decomposition. So we essentially recover the group level natural rate, trend U star, and aggregate that up with the label for share, and then to recover the aggregate natural rate. Okay, so we essentially want to look at, the extent to which, each group contributed to, aggregate U star, and also the contribution of the compositional shift of the 4 different groups, to the aggregate U star. And here's the final slide and the result. So you are looking at the changes in the aggregate U star, since the end of the 2022. So we essentially normalize all the values at 0. Okay, just to, for the visibility. And the black line is the trajectory of the aggregate U star. Before LLM, it has been gradually trending down or, flat-ish, and they started going up about a little less than a 0.25 percentage point. So if we shut down, high exposure, high adoption groups actions, the aggregate natural rate goes down by 12 basis points. If it further shuts down high exposure and low adoption group, it further goes down by 5 basis points, which is the green line. Okay, so low exposure and low adoption group, contributes by 5 basis points. So all these estimates are within the 68% posterior intervals, so highly uncertain. But this analysis actually suggests that there has been some upside risk, to the aggregate, natural rate of unemployment, which is a component that is predicted by these AI factors. So let me conclude with a quick policy implication. So considering the reduced hiring of these high AI exposed workers, might reflect the joint uncertainty about macroeconomic environment and the capabilities and limitation of the large language model, we think policies that can reduce uncertainty may help facilitating efficient labor market reallocation. Thank you. Oops.
Point we'll discuss.
Next one. Just on the PDF.
Oh, it's the PDF, sorry.
I can try to talk over Rob's slides, but it's...
And I'll try to talk to you.
Yes, this one, right?
Awesome, that's perfect. I give it away, my slides. All right, well, thank you so much for the chance to discuss this paper, which I very much enjoyed. So this is a very timely paper, of course. As one illustration, you may have seen it just last week. There was a letter signed by over 200 economists and tech executives warning that AI could extensively and very rapidly transform the US economy, and that while that may bring benefits, may also pose the risk of severe threats to jobs. And so, if anything, that, if the stakes are so high, that puts a premium on having a measurement infrastructure that can detect, whether, where, and when exactly there will be disruption in the labor market. And obviously, in this venue, this underscores the value of groups like this in general, but also, with respect to the paper under discussion, my overarching comment is going to be that it, does us a service by very systematically tracking the state of the post-AI labor market. So I'm going to briefly take a step back and try and provide some context for this paper, both in terms of theory and empirics, in the hope that this is going to help delineate where exactly the contribution lies. So very briefly, in terms of theory, why are we so worried about AI? Well, models of task automation help us understand why. Essentially because automation as a distinct form of technological change, different from, say, factor-augmenting technical change, can directly displace workers from particular tasks. But in the recent vintages of these models, it also becomes clear that the measurement cannot be reduced just to tracking job loss, right? On the one hand, just because a job is exposed to AI doesn't mean that that job is being destroyed. But on the other hand, just because a job isn't lost doesn't mean that there's no disruption. There are many other margins to which AI can disrupt workers. For example, as the nature of work is being transformed, some skills become less valuable, others become more valuable. There's new jobs, new tasks emerging, all of which requires workers to reallocate across sectors, occupations, and tasks. And so coming back to measurement, the upshot of that is that it's important to have a comprehensive measurement approach that tracks different margins of labor market change. And coming back to this paper, my view is going to be that it's useful precisely because it addresses that need. Now, obviously, in terms of measurement, this is not the only paper that tracks the AI labor market. There are many, many papers. It's becoming a very crowded literature. So what do we already know? Well, the first thing we know is that at the aggregate labor, despite massive adoption, very rapid adoption, large-scale investment, there's no kind of red flashing warning signs, right? For example, if you look at the aggregate unemployment series, continues to hover around 4.5%. You see a little bit more of an uptick when you look at recent graduates, but really even that is largely reflecting a common business cycle factor. The second thing that the literature emphasizes, and I'm going to come back to that later, is that it's really, really hard to identify the causal effect of AI on the labor market. And the reason is that, somewhat unfortunately for us economists, there are lots of concurrent trends that also have a similar exposure profile across occupations that kind of happen at the same time. Think of the Fed's rate hike cycle, think of the emergence of remote work, think of the boom in hiring in tech, and then the subsequent retrenchment. And so third, what a lot of the literature is trying to do, and that's kind of where all the energy is devoted to, is trying to devise strategies, often using data very similar to this paper, to somehow parcel out what exactly is the effect of AI specifically. My rough reading of that literature is that you don't really see many effects. If anything, maybe what you can sort of see is a decline in the job finding rates, while fixed separation rates for young workers in the most exposed occupations at the firms that are adopting most intensely, but even that remains contested in terms of what exactly is behind that. So hopefully with that background, it becomes a little bit easier to understand where this paper comes in. My view is that it uses data that are relatively standard, together with, I think, a neat accounting framework to produce three main findings. There's a little bit fewer than what I report in the paper, which really does a whole battery of results. Finding one to me is that job finding rates fall for the most exposed occupations. Separations rates are flat. That's sort of consistent with the existing literature. Second, within job, task organization goes up, consistent with theories of job transformation. And third, and that's kind of the provocative claim in the paper, that LLMs are putting upward pressure on the natural unemployment rate. And so I think, apart from the third one, most of these results are kind of consistent with the existing literature, but what the paper puts on the table is a very systematic measurement framework that simultaneously captures all these different margins on the labor market. In that sense, it responds to that need that I highlighted earlier, right? It captures these different margins, all the while preserving an accounting discipline that ensures that if you decompose various flows and stocks, all that adds up back to published aggregates. And I think that's very valuable. So what I'm going to do in the rest of my time is to offer two comments and hopefully make the paper in its next version even better. The first one is kind of a classic one. I already hinted at it. It's about causality. So every formula, every headline finding in the paper and often the presentation uses causal vocabulary. The effects of LLMs, unemployment gaps are driven by exposure, dispersion owing to AI, and so on. I think the paper does relatively little to kind of earn this causal interpretation. I already mentioned this earlier. There's lots of confounding trends. Let me give you one illustration to make this a little bit more evocative. Here you see the evolution of the number of job postings across different occupations. And you see kind of a similar profile as we've seen now a couple of times. But that red line, that's not kind of increasing AI adoption, that's just the path of the Federal Reserve Bank's interest rate. And so what you can sort of see is that the evolution of job postings where there's more of a decline for the high exposure occupations, that also co-moves exactly with the path of interest rates. More generally, it's very hard to control for these effects precisely because the occupation time profile of these, for example, interest rates, looks quite similar to that of AI. And so the paper, on the other hand, there's a relatively limited set of kind of controls for these. And again, even if one had, say, occupation times time controls or fixed effects, it's very hard to identify that without more granular data. And so that contrasts with the existing literature, which tries to, as best as they can, develop additional ways to identify the effects of AI. So for example, Hostin and Lichting has a very nice paper by two young students from Harvard, where they're trying to have firm and time and occupation fixed effects and look at different trends for different seniority groups of workers. Anders Hummeln presented a paper in the morning that they exploit individual adoption measures and try to infer the causal effect from that. Brynjolfsson and all, that was a very influential paper, Canaries in the Coal Mine. They tried to do placebo tests and so on. So all of that work goes in to try and establish a causal effect. And so my interpretation of the results in this paper is that they track the state of the AI era labor market, but not the causal effect of AI. And I don't think necessarily that the paper has to instead try and address this identification challenge, but I think it matters to use the language that's kind of commensurate given the methodology, because I mentioned at the beginning it's a very salient topic in society and for that matter in politics. My second comment is about this attempt to figure out what's happening to the natural rate of unemployment. And he described this in the presentation. There are two different methodologies in the paper. I'll just quickly discuss the second one, which is a little bit easier to describe. So basically, you take these four groups of workers, high, low exposure adoption. For each of them, you try to filter the time series to extract these trends in job finding and separation rates. Not easy, depends a lot on the exact filtering methods. You plug that into what's sort of a standard steady state approximation of the U star rate. You can aggregate that across groups. You can track that over time or do both. Over time, since 2022 December, the aggregate, the U star overall in the aggregate went up around 20 to 25 basis points. Then crucially, they're trying to attribute that 20 basis point, call it, to the different worker groups. And they do that by sequentially freezing each group's U star in kind of December 2022. From that, you back out that overall these high exposure groups, they account for something like 17, the vast majority of these 20 basis points. The caveat I want to raise is that this method attributes to the high exposure group both the differentially faster decline in job finding rates, and that's kind of the object of interest, and just that group's share in the overall cooling down of the labor market post-pandemic. So as a quick diagnostic, if instead you take the high exposure group, you give it the trend in the job finding rate for the low exposure group, then you back out that around 6 basis points are due to the differential decline in job finding rates for these high exposure groups. Of course, even that doesn't reflect the causal effect of AI. All the comments I made on the previous slide apply here. And so my suggestion would be to instead report this accounting decomposition, which I think more cleanly decomposes the differential trends from the common trends in the labor market. So with that, overall, I think there's a very valuable analysis, a very comprehensive tracking of the labor market that I think is best interpreted as tracking the state of the LLM era labor market, not necessarily the causal effect of AIs. Thanks so much again.
Okay, comments and questions. So I'm going to ask a question first, if nobody minds. So building off of something that Lucas alluded to, the hiring cycle in IT, I wonder if you could show your result without the information sector. So the story would be 2017, the Transformer paper comes out, all of a sudden the IT, companies hire a ton of programmers to figure out how to use this, and then ChatGPT comes out. The next thing they want to do is spend on infrastructure, so they fire a bunch of people. Rob. Michael?
Run over to the microphone. Is this one?
Yep.
So first of all, great discussion and great paper. And the very first thing I'm going to do is disagree a little bit with David's comment. So the information sector is more than just IT, right? It's journalism and media and things like that. So small comment there. So is it okay if I just sort of talk loudly? Given that this, or do you want me to?
Yeah, this will work. Yeah, sorry, just a real quick comment here. Comment one is I disagree with David. So comment two is, I think this might seem like an unfair, because I know sort of if you go back 6 months ago, papers didn't have to do this, but I think going forward, all papers in this space will have to do what I'm suggesting, which is now there's sort of so much literature in this space, and rightly so, it's really important, that I think one needs to make a real effort to explain reasons why findings in one's paper don't line up with findings in other papers. And just as one example of this, you cite in the paper, I took a quick look, the EIG, Eckhart, and Goldschlag result. And so their result is that the most exposed occupations, I think it's occupations, the most exposed occupations actually don't see any increase in unemployment rate. It's like sort of like the middle quartile. And you find something very different. So why? I mean, because this is sort of core of what you're doing. It just has another example. The Yale Budget Lab has a study where they sort of find no effects, and I forget how they break it up by quartile. You do find an effect. So I think just like taking some care, not just to say this other work is out there, but why the findings differ across these different studies, I think would be useful.
So I wanted to add a slightly different perspective, which is, it's a little bit consistent with what Rob was saying, but just the sorting that you talked about at the highest exposure level. So in work that we've done, we kind of followed Alandu, where we used a large language model to do AI exposure, but we also did automation exposure at the same time. But what we found is that the highest quartile, if you stratify by educational attainment, whether you're looking at the recent past from 19 to 24 or projections going forward, using like BLS projections, it's really those with high school or less where you see job loss. And that if you look at the associate degree, it's a little bit mixed, but definitely with the bachelor's degree, it is a strong positive. And so it seems like some of the unemployment rate issues, some of the things that you're finding among the most highly exposed may in fact be very correlated with educational attainment.
So you were showing a big adverse demand shock, and you'd expect two things. One is reduced employment, and second is reduced wages. And I think it would be natural to complement what you have here with a kind of wage index for folks, so you can see what's going on there. In the long run, the adjustment is going to be maybe more on wages and employment or whatever, and people moving out of industries. But it would be nice to see both of those side by side.
Okay, I'm going to agree with David. First David, also second David. But there was this story that tech firms had overhired even before this, sort of the big pandemic run-up, and then they were kind of using AI as an excuse to downsize. So I think taking that on directly would be useful. And I would do that by looking at stocks. I mean, all your data are these flows, and I think it would be really helpful to see the level of employment in these areas, and that might help shed some light on this. A very interesting paper.
Hey, Judy, you want to take a couple minutes?
So can I go back to my slide? So I have some supplementary materials that I can use here in other evidence to address some of your comments. But thank you so much for the great comments, and I learned so much. And Luca's comments are all valid. And then certainly we should be a little bit more careful about using this causal like languages. So currently. So essentially, the state of our analysis is more like prediction exercise, and we want you to understand how this, measured, exposure and adoption, predicts, job finding rates and wages and hours, So it's not there yet, to make the causal, inference. Certainly, we need, more information about that. So the point is well taken. However, I would like to also, mention that, but for the better, prediction, we also wanted to nail the predictability of this AI exposure and adoption measure that we constructed, right? So for that, in our model, we did, provide some care on this, time fixed effects, like to capture these aggregate business cycles, and also occupation level market tightness that capture the sectoral, business cycle captures and that vary over time. So we have this adoption measure that is originally available at the occupation industry, and also that varies over time. So perhaps we could get some more variation over there. But certainly, we should be careful about using the causal, claims. And another thing that I would like to mention is that maybe it got dropped from Lucas in discussion. So we also looked at the differential effects of the telework, and also the AI exposure and adoption's effects on job finding. And we found out that telework actually raises job finding probability, whereas AI, exposure and adoption lowers it, which is consistent with this, downside effects of the hiring. So in that sense, what we are capturing, this AI, measure is not really telework, So we kind of try to rule out, some of the alternative, explanations. And certainly, the point is well taken, excluding, some of these, tech sectors, and then see whether the pattern is there. So we actually tried a lot of robustness checks, with these cuts, to make sure whether we see some pronounced, decline in the job finding rate, that in the high exposure and adoption group, and we saw the consistent patterns. So we actually. So essentially, depending on the cuts, where this, IT industry is captured, could differ, but we see the consistent pattern. But we'll certainly do the robustness checks along the margin as well. Another thing, education is certainly important. So we looked at the composition, education composition of the top exposure and also high exposure and adoption group. Certainly, not all the workers are has a college degree or higher. There are some high school graduates or lower. So certainly, we can look at how their outcomes are different, whether this weakness is driven by their separation or job finding. Certainly, we can look at that. But in our regression, we also control the education. So I'd like to also mention that as well. And about the young workers, so I'd like to actually share this figure. So we looked at the composition of the exposure and adoption, within the new entrants, of different age groups. So we have, worried about this, the college graduates and, early career workers. So it seems like among new entrants in the prime age group, we see this, compositional shift of workers toward the high exposure and adoption group, So, I mean, this, the prime age group could, can include, some of these early career workers, but there might be something more going on. And here's another picture that I would like to share with you. So we also looked at the composition of the exposure and adoption among permanent job losers in the prime age group and also those who reach the retirement age with a college degree. So we see that there's also compositional shift toward the high exposure and adoption group. So it's not just young workers who are entering the labor market. So that's something that I also wanted to communicate with you. And also, it's a great comment that we can certainly construct the wage and employment, index, and then, compare what has happened. Certainly, we can also look at the, the stock prices, of the different industries and how employment, responded to that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I could probably do it.
Oh, I can do it. Sorry.
Sure, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, next up, Caitlin McKenzie to talk about robots.
Oh, sorry, I didn't press any buttons, but I can hear myself now better, so sorry about that online. So I'll just recap the question. So first, we're interested in the incidence of automation for workers and business owners, and second, we're interested in the implications of accounting for owners' salaries for the measurement and interpretation of the effects of automation on labor outcomes. Now, because owners' salaries can reflect owners' labor inputs, we're also going to touch on the first channel that I mentioned and dig deeper into what we can learn about the impacts of automation on labor and capital shares. All right, so let me give you an overview of the main takeaways that I want you to get from my presentation today. In this paper, we focus on the direct effects of robot adoption on adopting firms in Canada. And we estimate these effects using standard panel data methods for private corporations in a broad set of manufacturing industries for which we can identify any person that owns the firm. We're going to emphasize the differences that we can uncover using our data that allows us to identify individual owners and what we would get if we only had access to conventional data. So in our data, we can separate between non-owner workers and employee owners, and we can construct measures of non-owner payroll and owner salaries and add these owner salaries to all the other sources of owner's income. In conventional data, we can only see the total number of workers that includes both non-owner workers and employee owners, and so we can only measure total payroll. So we have three main results. First, using our data, we find that robot adoption leads to an expansion in adopting firms that is more complementary with non-owner workers than what evidence from other settings has found. So as in many automation papers, we find that adopting firms increase their output and scale by hiring more workers. But we find that non-owner workers benefit disproportionately from this expansion as their share of value added increases following adoption. Owners also benefit as their total owner income, which includes their salaries, their dividends, and the change of retained earnings increases, but the owner income share of value added decreases following adoption. Second, we find that the way that we account for owners who pay themselves salaries in measuring labor outcomes matters materially for the incidence of robot adoption for labor versus owners. So for example, if we took the approach that's used in the literature where we can't separate between these owners and ordinary workers, we would instead find that there's no impact of robot adoption on the conventionally measured labor share that uses total payroll, and we'd also find no impact on the owner profit share value added. So this means that owners' salaries are masking the full impact of automation on ordinary workers. Lastly, and quite importantly, we show that owners' gains show up primarily in their employment income, and we find no impact on the dividend payments that the firms pay to their owners. Now, owners can choose how they extract income from their firms in the form of salaries or dividends. And this pattern of results could reflect an increase in the returns to owners' labor inputs, but it could also reflect a relabeling of residual profits as owner salaries. And since owner salaries show up in the conventionally measured labor share, this last result suggests we should be more cautious when interpreting the incidence of economic shocks for labor and capital. I'll skip over the literature in the interest of time. We've seen some of this earlier, but if you're interested in talking more about this, we can chat about it after the talk. Let me tell you a bit about our data. So we use data from a couple different sources for this project. The first source is a panel of matched individual firm-level data for the 2001 to 2018 period that comes mostly from tax filings. Included in this data are some standard items like firms' balance sheets and their income statements, as well as every individual's annual employment income that they receive from each firm that they work for. This panel also includes information on private corporations' lists of owners that comes from a tax form called the T2S50, and I'll refer to the firms for which we have this information as T2S50 firms. So what do we see in the T2S50? This form includes the identities and the shareholdings of the owners of the firm that can include individuals, corporations, and partnerships. And we see these identities for any owner that holds 10% or more of the firm's shares. Now, as I'm sure you can all imagine, corporate ownership can be quite complicated, and there can be complex chains of corporations owning other corporations before arriving at the ultimate individual owners of the firm. Fortunately for us, Statistics Canada, who provides us with this data, traces through these complex ownership chains to provide us with the identities of the ultimate individual owners as well as their shareholdings. Given this, we can distinguish between two different types of owners. Owners who are listed on the form, we can call those direct owners, and all other owners we can call indirect owners. For this paper, since we're interested in the total incidence of adoption, robot adoption for workers and owners, we choose to include both types of owners in our analysis. To measure robot adoption, we use data on firms' imports of industrial robots for the 2002 to 2018 period. And this data has actually been used before in another paper by Dixon, Hong, and Wu, who look at the impacts of robot adoption on Canadian firms, and imports of industrial robots have been used in many other automation papers. So imports are useful for identifying robot adoption because customs data contain product codes that are specific to industrial robots, and they also allow us to identify the firms that are buying them. They're also useful in a Canadian context because, unfortunately for Canada, Canada has not been a meaningful producer of industrial robots during the sample period, and so most of the robots that are in use in Canada were actually imported from abroad. The types of robots that I want you to have in mind for what we're thinking about in this project can include things like robotic arms that are installed on automotive assembly lines, or lifting robots that are involved in carrying and moving around heavy objects, or robots that help with packaging and palletizing goods. Following this paper by Asimoglu, Koster, and Ozgen, who look at the impacts of robot adoption in Dutch data, we're going to focus on the effects for firms that operate in a broad set of manufacturing and related industries that are likely to be using these imported robots. So for our analysis, we're going to use T2S50 firms for which we have information on any person that owns the firm. We're going to define an owner as any individual who we ever observe having an ownership stake in the firm. So why do we do this? Well, as I just mentioned, the tax form only requires reporting owners who have 10% or more of the firm's shares, and to deal with the possibility that owners could move above or below that 10% threshold, we choose to include all the owners in our baseline definition. Workers are any other individual affiliated with the firm that receives employment income from the firm. In our baseline treatment of the data, we're going to define the employment of the firm as the total number of non-owner or never-owner workers. The payroll of the firm is the total employment income of those non-owner workers. Owner income is the sum of owners' salaries, the dividend payments they receive from the firm, and the flow of retained earnings that the firm doesn't pay out within a given year. So we're going to use information for an unbalanced panel of observations for the 2002 to 2018 period that have positive employment and revenues in a year. Across this sample, There are approximately 400,000 distinct T2S50 firms that are in the broad manufacturing sector at some point during this period. And this reflects about 60% of the total number of firms in that sector during this period. Of those T2S50 firms, 865 of them ever adopt a robot during that period, or about 0.2%. Now that rate may seem really small, but it's comparable with the rates of robot adoption in other settings that have used similar sources of data. Okay, so in this slide here, I'm showing the prevalence of robot adoption over our sample period. In the left chart, I'm plotting the share of the firms in the sample each year that import robots in that year. And in the right chart, I'm showing you the share of the firms in the sample each year that have adopted a robot up to and including that year. The right chart actually serves as the aggregate source of variation, aggregate counterpart to the main source of firm level variation that we're going to use in our empirical analysis. So there's two things I want you to note from these charts. The first is that robot adoption occurs throughout our sample period, and the prevalence of robot adopters is increasing steadily over time. And second, the trends in robot adoption are quite similar between our sample of T2S50 firms and the sample of all firms in the broad manufacturing sector. All right, let's get to the analysis. So for all the results I'm going to show you today, we're going to focus in on the effects that we estimate from fixed effects panel regressions. We're going to estimate these effects for 4 groups of outcomes: firm scale, per employee measures, value-added shares, and the sources of owners' income. In the paper, we considered 2 different measures of robot adoption, but we're going to focus in on a binary measure that's set equal to 1 if a firm has imported a robot by year T and in all years afterwards. And this is the one that's typically used in this literature. We also consider a continuous measure in the paper. In all of our regressions, we're going to control for firm fixed effects, 4-digit industry by year fixed effects, and firm headquarters location by year fixed effects. These fixed effects control for time invariant differences across firms, as well as time-varying shocks that operate at the level of the firm's sectoral and local labor markets. Now, as we've already heard, automation and robot adoption is an endogenous decision, right? And so we're going to control for some factors that the literature has found to be associated with the decision to adopt robots. In particular, we're going to control for the initially observed size of the firm as measured using their employment, the initial labor productivity, and the initial capital intensity of the firm, and allow the effects of these characteristics to vary flexibly over time. We're going to cluster all standard errors at the firm and the year levels. Okay, let's get to some results. So for the first 3 groups of outcomes, I'm going to show you 2 sets of results. The first set of results is going to use our baseline accounting of the data, and the second is going to use the conventional accounting. As a reminder, in the baseline accounting, we're going to look at the effects on non-owner worker employment and non-owner worker payroll, and owner salaries are going to show up in owner income. In the conventional accounting, we're going to only look at the effects on total employment and payroll, and owner income is just after-tax net income. So looking at the results for the outcomes for firm scale outcomes, here in the first line of this table, I'm showing you the results for our baseline accounting, and we can see that robot adoption is associated with substantial increases in firm scale. In the first 2 columns here for value added and worker employment, these coefficients correspond to about a 57% increase in firm scale on average following adoption, while for worker payroll, this is about a 71% increase. In the last column here, I'm showing you the effect on total owner income, and you can see it's positive and marginally statistically significant. Now here, to keep the samples comparable, we're using an inverse hyperbolic sine transformation, and we do this because in many cases, the flow of retained earnings can be negative, firms can make negative profits, or the total payout to the owners in the form of salaries or dividends can be 0. If we instead use only the subsample of observations, for which total owner income is strictly positive, and use a log transformation, we get a positive and highly statistically significant estimate of the effect, and the magnitude is somewhat smaller than that for value added and worker employment. All right, next let's look at the effect using the conventional accounting. So there's no difference in the effect on value added for the conventional accounting because the definition of value added doesn't depend on how we account for owner salaries. However, we would get different estimates for the effects on total employment and total payroll as well as owner profits. And these contrasting results for total versus worker employment and payroll are substantial, and the differences are themselves statistically significant. Now, the difference for total employment versus worker employment is perhaps not surprising. Firms are not increasing the number of owners at the firm following robot adoption. But the difference for total versus worker payroll implies that firms are increasing the total compensation of the workers at a faster rate than they're increasing the salaries of their owners following adoption. Okay, and so the results from this table suggest that the conventional accounting of the data would lead us to understate the effects of robot adoption and automation on ordinary workers. Okay, so for the remaining results, I'll present the results using charts rather than regression tables to keep things light and digestible. So here we're looking at the per employee outcomes, and again, we're first going to look at the baseline accounting of the data. So what you can see here is that following robot adoption, firms increase the average payroll per non-owner worker by about 9% on average. We see no impact on value added or sales per non-owner worker, okay? Now, if I flip this and look at the conventional accounting of the data, now we would get different results. We've got a slightly smaller estimate for payroll per employee, and this difference is consistent with the results I just showed you for total versus worker payroll and employment. But now, instead of getting no impact on value added per non-owner worker, we would estimate a positive and statistically significant impact on labor productivity. And the results here imply that any increase in labor productivity that's associated with robot adoption could be because of the way that we account for employee owners rather than any increase in output per ordinary worker. All right, our main set of distributional outcomes focuses in on the impact of adoption on value-added shares, or the within-firm split of the pie. So here again, we're looking at the baseline accounting of the data, and so the first result on the left is the impact of adoption on the non-owner worker payroll share of value added. And as you can see here, it leads to an increase in that share of about 1.4 percentage points on average following adoption. The total owner income share, which includes owner salaries, decreases by 1.7 percentage points on average. Now, if we instead take owner's salaries and move them from the right-hand side into the left-hand side, we would get different results. Now we would estimate, or we would find that there's no evidence that there's any impact of robot adoption on the conventionally measured labor share of value added that uses total payroll, and we'd also find no impact on the owner profit share of value added. So the main takeaway from these results here is that owners' salaries are masking the full distributional impact of robot adoption on non-owner workers. And taken together, the results for the first three groups of outcomes suggest that, at least in our setting, ordinary workers are benefiting from robots, and the full extent to which they're benefiting can only be uncovered if you can separate between ordinary workers and employee owners. All right, our last set of results, which is completely new because other sources of data just can't look at this, is to look at the impact of robot adoption on how owners choose to pay themselves. Okay, and so here what we're looking at, and there's two outcomes we're going to look at here. One is the impact on their total dividend payments that they receive from the firm, and the second is on the total payout that owners receive in the form of dividends and employment income. And as you can see here, we find no impact of robot adoption on the amount of dividends that firms are paying to their owners. By contrast, we find a large positive and statistically significant impact on the total payout. This means that owners are extracting the value generated by robot adoption through employment income and not through dividends. And now this is not just a measurement curiosity, it also matters for interpreting what's going on here. Of course, it could be the case that this increase in the owner's employment income reflects an increase in the compensation for their labor services, and this would be consistent with the other results that I've showed you, right? Firms are increasing their scale, they're hiring more workers, and it could be that these owners are providing more management inputs or more valuable management inputs to the firm, and they're being compensated for that. However, the fact that dividends don't respond at all to robot adoption suggests it could also reflect a relabeling of residual profits that accrue to ownership in the form of salaries. And so this matters for the interpretation of the incidence of many economic shocks for labor and capital when we use conventional data, and not just automation. If owners' salaries include relabeled residual profits, right, then the conventional labor share that's measured using total payroll includes capital incidence, and the total profits may understate the capital incidence of a shock. And because owners' salaries account for a substantial proportion of payroll, both within firms and for the aggregate economy, these results suggest we should be a lot more cautious when interpreting the incidence of economic shocks for labor and capital. All right, so let me conclude. So what I've showed you today are some evidence on the impacts of robot adoption on adopting firms in Canada. And I showed you that adoption leads these firms to increase or expand their size, and that this benefits both non-owner workers and owners. Non-owner workers benefit because the firms hire more of them, and they start paying them more on average. Owners also benefit because their total owner income increases, and the amount of money they extract from their firms increases. In terms of our headline distributional result, I showed you that we find no evidence of an adverse within-firm distributional impact of robot adoption on workers, whether we use our baseline accounting or the conventional accounting. If anything, under the baseline accounting, non-owner workers are actually benefiting disproportionately from robot adoption. And lastly, and I guess not surprisingly for this audience here, measurement matters, right? Owners' salaries are clouding our view of the full impact of automation on workers, whether we look at this in terms of scale outcomes, labor productivity, or the share of surplus that goes to workers. And finally, I showed you that the responsive owners' dividends and salaries can affect our interpretation of the incidence of economic shocks for owners and labor. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. We have Rob Siemens to discuss.
Okay, great. So I really enjoyed this paper. I think it's timely, well-motivated, important, and it brings to bear some really interesting data, a novel combination of data that I think folks working in this space have been really eager to see. And so just to sort of situate it in light of some of the papers that we've seen today. So this morning, there was this paper by Anders Humlum that I know many in the folks' room saw. I forget exactly what the title was. In my mind, it's What Lies Beneath, but I know that's not quite it. But, you know, the idea is on the surface, there's not much happening, but below, there's a lot of stuff happening, okay? So in this space, right, folks are looking at how the adoption of robots affects labor. A common finding is that and by the way, it bears stating because it sort of runs counter to received wisdom, sort of popular received wisdom. Firms that adopt robots increase employment. Okay? This paper also finds that, right? The big question, though, is sort of what lies beneath, so what's happening. And so what a lot of other papers have done in this space, and this just depends on data availability, is they look at the mix between production workers versus non-production, you know, white collar versus blue collar, maybe mixes of education. Again, it all depends on the data that folks have access to. This is the first paper that is able to get at workers versus owners. And so it's really important in light of a lot of the things that we've been talking about. And again, I think the authors did a nice job of motivating that with the slides today. And bear with me. So I over the course of, I wrote my slides up yesterday. Over the course of the day, I wrote all sorts of other comments. So I'm going to sort of toggle back and forth between them. So again, this paper asks, how does robot adoption change the division of income between non-owner workers and firm owners? And you just heard the sort of two punchlines, which is that, the inclusion of owners in payroll clouds what's actually happening. So when you remove it, you get a better sense of what's happening, as the authors just showed. So how do they do this? They combine a few different data sources. I'm going to just mention just a little bit on these data sources and start to pepper in some of the questions and comments that I have. So the first thing that they do is they use this robot import data. You heard the authors describe that this follows Dixon, Hong, and Wu. So this was a paper that also uses import data in Canada. It was presented, by the way, here at NBER Summer Institute about 6 years ago, and then was published in 2021. It's a well-regarded approach. It works especially well in Canada where there's no domestic robot industry. So they combine that data, and by the way, I'm going to mention this Dixon, Hong, and Wu paper a few different times because it relates to sort of main comment number one that I plan to make. They combine this with some data on CEEDD. I forget what that means. I looked it up, but now I have forgotten. It's a little bit like perhaps the LBD/LEHD for those of us that work with U.S. data. One question here was why not the NALMF, which is what Dixon, Hong, and Wu use. I think you do, though. When I was re-looking at the paper, maybe you do use this for some of what you do. You didn't mention it in the slides just now, though. Now, what's really unique from this CEEDD, as I understand it, you have access to this additional data, the T2S50 data, that allows you to identify the owners and the owner income. You saw what they were able to do with this data. It's really cool data. It's a unique use of the data. I did a Google Scholar search. I see only 15 other papers that use this. So I think you guys have really hit on something here. Those other papers are all on entrepreneurship. You're using it in a very different way. So again, I think they've done a really nice job of cleverly combining data and using data, including data that's well regarded and it's sort of appropriate for what they're trying to do here. Okay, so I have sort of two slides of my main comments here. So comment number one is I think I would just like to see more validation of what you all are doing, and you have a natural way to validate it, which is with this Dixon, Hong, and Wu paper. So just for example, some of the things you could do, like how well do robot import means, dispersion, adoption rates, firm size distributions align between your paper and Dixon, Hong, and Wu? Your findings on employment, does that line up with Dixon, Hong, and Wu, right? It's just sort of a whole set of things that ultimately will end up in the appendix, but I think would just, it's easy to do, and I think would help validate your approach. You use this broad definition of manufacturing, and you're citing that Acemoglu 2023 paper. If I was reviewer number 2, actually, even if I was reviewer number 1, I would want to see your results on what I'll call like narrow manufacturing. And there's it might seem nitpicky, but there's a reason for this. So Dixon, Hong, and Wu actually exclude some of the things that you include. And that's because there are these robot importers that are actually resellers and not using the robots for their own purposes. So I would want to I'd want to get rid of those guys. And so, at the end of the day, there's a robustness test, but I think it's an important robustness test. The other thing is, you've got here what I assume are, I don't know the Canadian data, but I'm assuming it's somewhat like US data, where there's probably single unit firms and multi-unit firms. And again, I'd like to see a focus on just the single unit firms. The idea being here that if there are lots of multi-unit firms, especially big multi-unit firms in your sample, then the robots might be imported into one area, one plant, but maybe a lot of these changes that we're seeing are somewhere else. It would just be important to know if some of that is happening. Okay, so that's the single unit versus multi-unit. Okay, second big comment here is just on identification, and here, like, there's no question, and you highlighted it, like, there's no question that there's some selection going on, and it's okay. Like, I don't think you need to nail causality, but I think what I'd like to see is just a little bit more acknowledgement of the idea that there are alternative explanations that are perhaps happening here. The big one I think might just be firms anticipating an increase in demand, and so they're purchasing robots and hiring people to meet that. Now, one thought that I had when you were just now you did a nice job very carefully describing your econometric setup. So you have these location times year fixed effects that I think, of course, are very useful to have, and perhaps might be very useful if you're able to separate between firms that do a lot of sort of local manufacturing, like supplying to other local industries, versus trading to faraway Canadian provinces. Because you might imagine that that location times year fixed effect is going to help, in the case of the sort of only locally tradable firms, is going to help to control for a lot of the stories that I might have in mind. I'd like to, at a minimum, see some matching or something like that. I know you've done a nice job of including controls that we might want to see, but some matching again, just so we're comparing the big robot adopters to the really similar looking and big non-robot adopters, just to make that as tight as possible. Exploring heterogeneity by ownership type, slightly different comment here, but I think that's something that you have an opportunity to do and would be nice to see. I think the final comment that I'll make here is, so while many, I'm just going to, by the way, I've got a slide with like a bunch of like really small little, this would be in my minor comments if I was reviewer 1 or 2. Okay, so I'll give those to you later. Just coming back here, so again, the bulk of all the other papers in this space find the adoption of robots lead to this increase in employment. What many of them find, and that Acemoglu et al. 2020 paper in particular, is that robot adoption does not lead to an increase in labor share of value add. But you guys find that, and then where you find sort of a null effect, and then once you account for the owners, you find this positive effect. And so it highlights the importance of being able to do what you guys are doing with the data. On the other hand, it also sort of suggests that these differences might not just be a data issue. It could also be that there are just different. So the Acemoglu et al. Paper, that's using French data. You guys are using Canadian data. For sure, there's going to be different labor laws that might affect things. There might also be different tax laws that affect owners differently in one place versus another. So maybe just a little bit of a discussion about how much of your findings may or may not travel, let's say, to other institutional settings. And with that, I'll end there. It was a great paper, so thank you.
Some questions. We're a little tight on time, so brevity is the soul of wit.
Just this would fall in the minor comments from the second reviewer, but I have some reservations about using the inverse hyperbolic sign for the outcomes where you're doing that. The reason is that the results that you get can be very sensitive to how you scale the data. So it makes a difference whether you have, say, income in dollars or income in thousands of dollars. You can get different size effects. You can get different levels of significance. So I think it might be better to look separately at incidence and then amount conditional on having a positive.
As somebody who works with kind of the U.S. version of these data, I naturally kind of view it a little from the U.S. perspective, and it seems like the setup your firms have is sort of similar to what we call S corporations in the U.S., not really?
No such thing as a pass-through corporation.
Okay, yeah, I noticed you had retained earnings. But similarly, we had this setup where an S corporation owner has to decide between paying themselves a wage and paying themselves profit, and obviously that comes with tax considerations. So just kind of wondering, in the Canadian setup, what are those incentives? And especially since they're, I don't know, paying for robots in a certain year, can they write it off, can they write it off from their capital income? Can they write it off from their labor income? Is there something going on there? So that's just kind of the thoughts that passed through my mind viewing it from the S corporation, but maybe it's totally different in Canada, I don't know.
Respond? Sure. All right. It's on, I think. Okay, so thanks, Rob, for the wonderful discussion. Please do send the slides. Yeah, we've thought about a lot of the things that you have raised, and I will say an overarching response to many of them is that, as many of you who worked with these, I guess everyone in this room who's worked with these kind of restricted access data, there's a bunch of considerations in terms of getting your results cleared, and so we're kind of holding off on getting the lion's share of all the robustness stuff out until we've got this set done. But a lot of the things that you have mentioned, we have actually address. So I will loosely say the following things. So broad versus narrow manufacturing, we have looked at just stick with NAICS 31 to 33, and everything goes through. Even if we drop the two more potentially concerning sectors from the perspective of what you raised about resellers, everything goes through. We haven't done the single universe multi-unit. It's a bit tough in this particular data set. We can't observe where the workers or the owners are working. There's a flag in the data that we can use to get at that, but I'll be honest, I don't trust that flag. So we'll do it, but why not the NALF? Actually, the NALF, the seed is an umbrella of data sets under which one of those component data sets is the NALF. So everything that we're using from the firm's balance sheets and income statements comes from the data set that is called the NALMF. So it's the same as what they're doing. We should do a bit more benchmarking against the Dixon Hung Wu to validate what we're doing. They use a slightly different data set to measure employment, which we mentioned in the paper, but and we don't have that data set, so we can't do a direct comparison. But we can do more on that for sure. Yeah, tradability would be something. So the best we have is 4-digit industries. They're unlike in the U.S. They're very stingy in the NAICS industries that they want people who don't work for Stackhand to have access to. So the best we have is 4 digits. So to the extent that we can deal with tradability using 4-digit industries, we can try and get at that. Matching design is, yeah, we haven't cleared that out yet, but it's on the to-do list. Different ownership types, so we have done a lot of work. There's some things we can and can't do in the list of things that you suggested, but we're very open to, I mean, this is the interesting part of the data that we're using. So we have done a bunch on this. So for example, if you restrict to corporations for which there's just a single owner, or corporations for which we can observe 100% of the ownership shares, or these kinds of cuts, we have done that, and everything goes through. Yeah, institutional differences, which is related to your comment as well. So we haven't done like a fulsome discussion of this at this point in the paper. I do think that, we go to pains in terms of saying like external validity in this literature is impossible. Everyone's using not just institutionally different environments, but the data sources are not comparable across countries. Like we make the point in the paper, for example, every other robots paper except for Dixon Hongwu uses European imports data. Intra-EU imports are not recorded. So there's lots of differences. So we should definitely do more on that. There was a comment about the inverse hyperbolic sine. So I don't know if you're referring to the left-hand side variable, the right-hand side variable, but if you're referring to the left-hand side variable, everything that you saw with an outcome variable, we do in levels with log transformations, and it's not driving the results. For the right-hand side variable, we do our continuous version of the robot stock, our continuous version of the robot adoption measure to keep the non-adopters in the sample does use an IHS, but we can do a version that doesn't use the non-adopters, and we haven't done that yet, but I'm sure it wouldn't be driving the key results about what matters for accounting for owner salaries. I think that was it, so thanks.
I think this is a wrap. I just, on behalf of Dave and Sushanta, who disappeared because he is a coder and has more productivity as well, I just want to do some thank yous. I want to thank the NBER staff, including our great tech help.